All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
Okay.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everyone, Model Affliction Monday. Not many people here, I know. No, people have probably been warned away, or maybe that's just the way people like it. I've decided we are a extremely niche thing here, and there's not an awful lot of people who are ever going to understand what we do, and that's all right. I'm good with that.
Talk about muddy the waters.
So, Model Affliction Monday, everybody. It's always like a free for all Friday type thing, except I've got a few things I can go over. I can start talking about stuff like that. Go back into the history of what we're talking about. We've been made aware of some events that went on over the weekend. We'll be talking about Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth debate crew. Nathan Oakley wants us to do 5 and 6 hour streams about him, but I don't think we can do that for much longer. I think Nathan's in the middle of a mental breakdown at the minute, and I don't want to, I don't want to cause anybody any pain. But there's an element of Flat Earth that seems to be on its way out. I think it's had its time. The 10-year thing's ending, and as you'll hear tonight, Mr. Cheswick has brought up a point. I mean, we've been saying it here for a long time. There's some pretty dodgy deals that are going on right in front of all of the people within this arena. Now, this is a dark and dingy little corner of the internet, particularly where we are here. People don't want anybody to hear about this sort of stuff. We've been pointing out about false dichotomy, I think, for ages, but people have been trying to label us to keep us within this false dichotomy, and we're here in the position that we are because I guess we're nice people. Certain people have put us in this group that we're not in, and both sides of this group really don't like us. There's a false dichotomy and we're not part of any of it. Like 99.9% of the people who live and exist in reality, they're unaware of this strange place where people argue about reality. It's either this or it's that, and they've forgotten about reality completely. They've made paracosms where, well, I don't know, most people are listening in on YouTube, right? And you might just listen in. You might listen into loads of different streams and get loads of different opinions. But the moment you want to come and have a conversation, you open yourself up to this social, I don't know, it's like a social dictatorship where you have to fit into these little groups. And if you don't fit into one particular group, then you'll get pushed out. But where do you go then? Where do you go when you keep getting pushed out and you think this is just ridiculous? Both of these sides seem to just lie, cheat, steal, slander, and it's a ridiculous place. We have noticed, I mean, I don't know where to start on all of this sort of stuff. Go over the Nathan Oakley stuff, right? Nathan Oakley put a video out last night showing from like 3 weeks ago, and it's interesting to see what's happened in the 3 weeks that Nathan Oakley has started this year. Like we've got a month into the year where Nathan Oakley is deciding to tell everybody that the Earth's measured flat, which is ridiculous, but he's still trying to push it. And instead of actually proving it from his point of view, what Nathan Oakley thinks is the best way to do it is to have a go at other people who ask him questions about how it's measured flat. It's turned into a joke. Everybody knows that Nathan Oakley's got nothing. And nobody within the arena is willing to tell him that because he just berates everybody. Last night, we were watching a video that I was in. Nathan Oakley's calling me all sorts of names. Me, Elder Bear. And then, obviously, they mute you, so you can't comment on any of the stream that Nathan Oakley's doing. But last night was ridiculous. It wasn't just me. If you were on last night and you noticed that Nathan Oakley or the mods at Nathan Oakley's had muted you, let us know in the chat. Because I know of at least 4 or 5 people that got muted. All because they couldn't comment. They were commenting about Nathan Oakley's vile and disgusting behaviour. And you're not allowed to do that. You've got to sit there and watch all of the mods and Nathan Oakley slander and call you names. There's something going on with LVA Paul, who's one of the mods over there. He's concocted a little plan with Michael Kahn and a few of the other ones. Another one's called Crockett. They want to misinterpret what a surveyor said in a video that I made. And they want to slander that surveyor and lump him in with all surveyors to just lie about them. This is Flat Earthers. Flat Earthers 2024. Lying about professionals. Now, if you think that's going to help you with your cause, I don't know. I think Flat Earthers should be saying something, but I don't think they will. Because they can't really say anything, because Nathan Oakley's their guru. He's the one that's going around representing Flat Earth. But not just him. Right? There's more. There's other things that are allowed to be going on in this arena. There's people who make a fool out of themselves, i.e. Nathan Oakley, QE, make fallacious arguments. Blatant fallacious arguments. Stupid, ridiculous statements. Things. Nonsense. They talk nonsense. And nobody has the guts to call them on it. That lets you know that this entire arena is set up. It's all scripted. All people playing the same team. Both sides. Blue Marble scientists and the Flat Earthers. All working hand in hand. There's a little bit of an example tonight. We're going to go over it. We're going to do our best for Mr. Cheswick. I know. Mr. Cheswick calls himself a flat earther, talks about these different sides as though there's only 2. Well, we're not flat earthers. But, you know, there is a thing called fairness within play and just talking about reality. People have had a go at us because we just talk about reality, doing the tests that we've done, stating facts. They call us pedantic. Especially when we say that it's not flat. It's like definitely not measured flat. And that's the reason we say we're not flat earthers. Another reason I say I'm not a flat earther is because I do not want to be associated with people like Nathan Oakley and I have to say Jeren now. I don't want to be associated with them. They're playing well, they're profiteering from people slandering other people. It's not on. Shouldn't be happening. But, you know, it's 2024. This is the way social media goes. I feel sorry for kids that have to come up, but I think they've been educated to be part of this. And what you're seeing here is just reinforcement of the similar sort of thing. So, yeah, we've never been flat earthers. Yet, the Globe guys, they call us flat earthers. People like Nathan Oakley, well, they slander the shit out of us and call us whatever. I mean, I don't know. What does Nathan Oakley call us? You've heard him. What's he talking about? It's disgusting behaviour from anybody like this. I mean, if it's for clicks and views, well, fair enough. But, really? Fight the Flat Earth seems to make a fair bit of money out of it. Nathan Oakley was talking today about how he makes a good couple of £100 a month out of it. I mean, it just ticks over, keeps him paying the mortgage. But he's happy enough to tell other people not to support other people. Well, I'm not too sure that's fair play, but, you know, flat earthers, globe earthers, they've got a false dichotomy to keep going. And the only way that they can keep that false dichotomy going is to get rid of the people who point out how ridiculous they're being, how they're playing into the system. Cheswick's about, wants to come over and have a chat. We'll put out the thing. I think he wants to go to Jeren, and I think he deserves to be able to go to Jeren. Because I don't know where the clip is. I didn't. It's dead hard. It's dead hard to find his clips. Oh. Right. Anyway, there was a stream that Cheswick went live last night. Now, he watched a video. Now, the same sort of things happened to me. You're watching a video, all of a sudden, the people that are on the video that you're watching in a debate, they mention you. Don't know why. They have to bring it up. But Jeren doesn't stop it. And Fight the Flat Earth, I can't find it where it is in his video. Mr. Cheswick did a video last night, and in that video, he's got... Here we go. Oh.
Yeah, but we're just going to see.
Right, okay. Now, this is Mr. Cheswick, so there may be a little bit of swearing. A lot of scouse. Let me get this here. Let me get it for you guys. Have you got that on the... Yeah, you have, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Cheswick's doing his video. And he comes across this.
Take it down because we don't like it. We don't like what you say. Oh my God, yes, more of that.
So he's going over,
Yeah,
he's showing
another
all of his
one?
videos that he's had taken down.
Bloody
He
hell.
does have a lot of videos he's had taken down.
Another one. As I,
I've got
What I'm gonna
watch
show
his
you.
music.
if you know what I mean. In the
Oh, come on.
in the
Too much music, Cheswick.
ever done.
Oh. I just had
Or
it
if I
before.
threaten to kill.
Right, hey, I tell you what. Yeah. Can anybody get this in the live chat?
You think that it could be a strike for streaming music?
Yeah,
On this
he's
video?
yeah, I don't think he's monetized, so I don't want to get it by the copyright stuff. Right, here we go. This is Chess.
50 strikes. Now, last night,
This is it.
he's saying this.
Also, let's remember, if we're going to talk about Mr. Cheswick, how Mr. Cheswick hit me with 173 copyright strikes to try and get my channel deleted after stealing the music to make my intro, which I then stole from him.
Right, so there is there's a liar in the midst here, and I don't know whether you could see that there, but this is Fight the Flat Earth on Debatism with Jaren here, and this is Fight the Flat Earth. He's just said that Mr. Cheswick issued him with 173 copyright strikes. If you watch the video that's in the chat there, if it got in, yeah, Emma, thank you very much. If you watch that video, and I do really say, everybody, you should watch that video. If you want to know what's going on in this arena, to the, you know, let's say, I hesitate to call him a bit player, but I mean, everybody knows Mr. Cheswick, right? There are people within this arena that everybody knows. Apart from Jaren says he doesn't know who Mr. Cheswick is. I guess it just depends on how long you've been around, how aware you are of your situation and the, you know, the periphery of what's going on. Jaren doesn't seem to have a clue. And I know Mr. Cheswick, he's been around for a fair bit. He was around in the early days. Sleeping Warrior told us about Mr. Cheswick. So, sorry, Mr. Cheswick. I always thought you were a little bit dodgy because apparently you were Sleeping Warriors, mate. I can't help it. Everybody who's associated with Sleeping Warrior, I have down as being part of the Flat Earth Society. I can't help it. And when Sleeping Warrior was here, he did say that Mr. Cheswick was his mate. So I'm sorry, but, you know, I've never really had a chance to have a word with Mr. Cheswick. So sorry for thinking that you might have been like that. Or, I mean, you may still be. This could be just a part of the play. But I know what Mr. Cheswick was going through in this video. And having people like Fight the Flat Earth slander him publicly on Jaren's stream. Now, Jaren's got thousands of views on his stream. Fight the Flat Earth will have been broadcasting it to his stream as well. That means that there will have been thousands of people that have watched this. And Fight the Flat Earth just gets to lie and slander about Mr. Cheswick. And what does Jaren do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, I know for a fact, because I've got the video where Ranty went with Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth's been convicted of a grievous assault on his neighbour. He's an angry man. He has an anger problem that he knows about. He probably goes to therapy about it as well. Everybody knows that Fight the Flat Earth has an anger issue. He's got a criminal conviction. And now Jaren is helping him make money by slandering other people. I mean, how many other people have been slandered by Fight the Flat Earth? If you've been out there and, you know, Fight the Flat Earth has mentioned you on Jaren's, let us know. If you've been slandered by these people and their big fucking channels, let us know. Because I think people should be known, right? But, I mean, people are out there like Nathan Oakley. You know, they don't want people. I mean, this is another thing as well. Nathan Oakley's promoting Mr. Cheswick. I don't know. You see, I don't know what's going on. Mr. Cheswick is getting promoted by Nathan Oakley, whereas Nathan Oakley is telling everybody not to watch, to unsubscribe from this channel. So, I don't know what's going on. It seems like this whole thing is, don't know, scripted, whatever. Let's listen to him again anyway.
Hit me with 173 copyright strikes to try and get my channel deleted after stealing the music to make my intro, which I then stole from him.
Right, so there was a thing where Fight the Flat Earth. Please watch the video. Mr. Cheswick can do it much better than I can. But he just lies. And there's been a scenario where I think most people know about it. March time last year. Fight the Flat Earth lost his channel because of copyright strikes. But Mr. Cheswick, this is last year, rescinded all of the stuff. He allowed Fight the Flat Earth to have his channel back because he felt sorry for him. Mr. Cheswick felt sorry for Fight the Flat Earth, gave him his channel back. Now, this weekend, Fight the Flat Earth goes on Jeren and says this sort of stuff. Jeren allows it after Mr. Cheswick was nice enough. I'll play a bit more of this.
Okay, so it's now gone from, I gave him 50 copyright strikes to 173 copyright strikes, yeah? You're all aware of that now? Just let the old chat catch up, yeah? So
Please watch
it's gone
the
from
Cheswick video.
50 copyright strikes to 173 strikes, yeah? Are you all aware of it? Let me hear you say, yeah! 173, okay, we're on, right? So it's gone from 50 to 173. Now, I'll show you the actual amount of copyright strikes I did send them, yeah? Because we can go into me, where is it?
He's got all the receipts and
Where
everything.
did it go to?
Like, you can tell Cheswick's being honest
Your
when he's
videos,
doing
that's
this.
it.
He's going through his stuff. This is an
And
impromptu
then go to
live
copyright.
stream that he's doing
Yeah.
because he's
Removal
just watched Fight the Flat Earth
requests, yeah.
slandering him.
There's 1, 2,
On
3, 4,
Jerenism.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go to page 2. 11. So what I actually did do is I struck him with 11 copyright
go.
strikes, not 50 or 173, like he's just claiming there, yeah?
22nd of May.
So that's that little
2023.
lie exposed. And then he said this.
And here we have my outro music, which was written by Mr. Cheswick. Remember, guys,
No, wait,
stupidity.
correction. It wasn't. I've told you this before, right? This
I know, but you
this
put it
was
together.
Not written by me. This is a loop that I've took of an official artist. So technically, it's copyrighted. What you're playing.
I've run it through copyright. They think you changed it enough that it doesn't pick up on the copyright.
So, here's Fight the Flat Earth. Literally grinning on his face about a copyright that he did get copyright struck for. And he's got a big grin on his face as he's doing this, as Cheswick's telling him.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So, it's my understanding that what happened was Mr. Cheswick created a mashup, basically, of an artist, their actual work, with Fight the Flat Earth saying some stuff in the background. So he did a mashup of that.
I think he
which
just
then
took a loop from...
Yeah, he made a loop of the artist's actual music, and then in the background of the music, I think in the mashup, he added Fight the Flat Earth's words to it, voice to it, in his own. So that, to be clear, what Mr. Cheswick is saying is that is now his own work. Because he did that, because Mr. Cheswick did that, that is his own work,
Well, no,
and subject to copyright, no?
Well, no. He was saying that the actual music that he took the loop from was already copyrighted, right? So when
Correct.
So when Mr. Cheswick made this thing, he just used a little loop. I mean, Mr. Cheswick's an artist, right? He's a musician. It doesn't take him much time to do these sort of things. And he did that. And right now, Fight the Flat Earth, he did it as a joke, I think. Because that's what it was to Mr.
That's
Cheswick.
what I understand.
But Fight the Flat Earth thought it was that good that he wanted to take it. And Cheswick's there saying, it's copyrighted, right? It wasn't meant for you to start putting it on your thing. Like that wasn't meant for that. It's already copyrighted material.
That may be true, but what Flight to Flat Earth is saying is he's telling Mr. Cheswick, you've changed it enough that it doesn't catch the copyright, and that's because he added Fight the Flat Earth's voice to that looping music. So, but what I'm saying is that's Mr. Cheswick created that. That's his content now.
Yeah.
That's his copyrighted now content.
Yeah,
because he owns that.
A big grinning face saying,
because I just stole it.
Yeah,
I'm having exactly
stealing that from you.
Yes. Which then Mr. Cheswick is, what he says, 11 strikes or 50 or 173. It doesn't matter. Fight the Flat Earth stole that from him.
Yeah,
absolutely stole it from him. That's the clarity I was trying to get to. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, a little bit more.
Okay, so there, I've told him, look, that tune that you think you've stolen off me, yeah, isn't even my tune. I've told him it's copyrighted. Yeah, I've told him it's by an official artist, but he doesn't want to listen. So I went, okay, then fine, go on. You go and fucking hang yourself. See if I care, if you know what I mean, right? But now, last night, he was saying this.
This is the bad bit.
And it turns out that the music that he made wasn't even music that he made. He actually took a Mark Ronson, Lily Allen song, stole a bit of that, chucked my voice on it, pretended that he'd made it so that he could claim copyright. And it was just from beginning to end an abuse of the copyright system as a retaliation for being timed out in my stream,
Look at that. An abuse of the copyright system because he got timed out in my stream. I mean, come on. Victim.
Ridiculous.
As if Craig's the victim here. I mean,
I think that in this case, I don't know this law behind that, but from what Mr. Cheswick said, it was already copyrighted. So the music that Mr. Cheswick was using, it was already copyrighted.
Correct.
When Mr. Cheswick used that. It doesn't matter with or without Fight the Flat Earth. It was already copyrighted. This is what I understand from Mr. Cheswick.
Yeah,
the music itself is copyrighted. That's correct.
The Flat Earth fans.
What a surprise!
Yeah. Thank you. Go on. Don't tell him. Tell him. Yeah. Tell him. Don't bother telling him anything.
No, certainly don't tell him anything. Yeah. So yeah, you're right, Paper. I mean, this is where you have to be careful, right? Because the music in a mashup, if you do a background music to a voiceover, which Bev does just about every video. Well, not every video, but a lot of videos where he does the Buster music, right? So Bev will do the Buster music like I don't understand, but then do voiceovers with the music behind it. Technically, the music behind it is Buster's. That's Buster's music,
yep.
Right? But because and if Buster wanted to copyright it, it would be copyrighted to Buster. That's Buster's music. But because Bev or someone else puts a voiceover on top of it, that makes it something new. Okay? So this is what you're dealing with here. Now, Mr. Cheswick's being...
It doesn't work like that with music, though. That's the thing. Like
no, the music itself is still copyrighted.
Yeah, that works separately. So, yeah. Just
the music itself is copyrighted.
Just looped a short bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And when you do that, you're like Fight the Flat Earth said, the copyright system didn't check it, didn't flag it for copyright because either it wasn't a long enough loop to have broken copyright, or because the voiceover was on top of it and it it changed it enough where it didn't flag it as copyright. Either way, again, the work that Mr. Cheswick did on it is his.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I don't think Cheswick's after that sort of stuff, though, right?
Oh, I don't think so either. But that's what I want to make clear here that Mr. Smiling Face there is doing.
Yeah, he's saying he can steal it off Cheswick. Right?
Yes,
but Cheswick is telling him he's actually took the music from another place. So
yes,
he wouldn't put it out. Cheswick wouldn't bother putting it out because he'd feel like he was cheating the other copyright artist. But
exactly
the Flat
right.
Earth thinks he can steal
don't have a problem
from Cheswick. Yeah,
right. Yes,
he can just take it.
Exactly the point.
So yeah, let's listen.
So there he's cracking on as if like he never knew anything about it. When I'll play it again, I clearly told him on that so-called debate that we had that, listen, this is not mine. It's copyrighted work. It's by an official artist. You stole it off him, not me. I'll play it again.
And here we have my outro music, which was written by Mr. Cheswick. Remember, guys,
no,
stupidity.
Wait, correction. It wasn't. I've told you this before, right? This.
I know, but you know, not only that, but the fact that it took away my income. You know, with what happened, one of the consequences was that my channel was no longer monetizable for a while. You know, so like you said, I missed out on, you know, a week's worth of income whilst I was trying to deal with this nonsense. So as well as having to...
He calls it nonsense, like while he was dealing with this nonsense.
He created this nonsense because he put this music on his channel. So he's the cause of this nonsense.
Yep. And he put it on his outro, his own intro and outro. I mean, he put it on his channel. There's only him to blame. Everybody knows, at least I think, everybody who gets a YouTube channel, they should know that original content's the only way that you can keep yourself clean from these sort of things. Just do it all yourself. Fight the Flat Earth. Blatantly stole it from somebody. Outright. Smiling and grinning as he told the fella. And the fella's saying, you're not stealing it from me. I took that from another guy. It's already copyrighted. Disgusting behaviour. But it's been allowed to carry on, this sort of stuff. It's been allowed to continue all the way to modern day times, right? Fight the Flat Earth. He says he's been going for 5 years. And what that means is, that means he started by calling me a child abuser when he was just getting going. He made himself famous by calling people child abusers. This man. And it's been allowed to happen. He's made friends with Jeren, the guy that he calls a child abuser. Or one of the guys that he calls a child abuser. Or, I don't know, he might not call flat earthers child abusers. It might just be the people that say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, I think it's certain people. Certain people. I don't think it's flat earthers or not. I think it's whoever this guy thinks, whatever, thinks that deserve it. I don't know what is in his mind goes on.
Sounds to me like a money thing. You know, like anyone he can earn money from, he won't fucking diss. Excuse my language.
Oh, that's a good point, because Jaren does have a larger audience, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, he definitely can use him, can't he, to get on that platform to do the debates. So yeah, he's profiteering. If they make friends with each other, they can do all of this.
Deal with all that and try to sort that out. I had to also deal with, you know, talking to two police forces, both mine where I am in Scotland and his down in Liverpool. So yeah.
Got a big grin on his face. He's been talking to two police forces for a copyright strike. Some material. I mean, he wants to make it big. He wanted me to sue him. Fight the Flat Earth. Literally. Wanted me to sue him. Because he said he'd be able to take my kids off me. There's some weird people around on the internet. Don't know how long people have been knowing about this. But the thing that at small channels, the things that happen to small channels, you don't actually get to hear about. So that's why we're promoting this sort of stuff. Mr. Cheswick is a known figure, but I bet a lot of people don't know about this deal that happened with Fight the Flat Earth. Mr. Cheswick literally copyright struck him, took his channel away, and gave it him back. Cheswick literally gave him his channel back. That's how nice Cheswick was. Because he saw Craig crying. How upset he was. Like a blubbering idiot. Right? But now, Fight the Flat Earth goes on Jeren and literally slanders him.
This is his thank you.
Yeah, this is his thank you.
Mr.
Nearly a year later, slander the guy that helped you get your channel back. That could, or literally, he could have took his channel off him and kept it.
So, Craig, you had to deal with loss of income for a week. Yeah. I wasn't pissed off then, lads. Now, you've pissed me off.
Yeah.
Right?
With you,
But they should be terminating the account if that's happening. And it did happen to you. And he's still on the platform. So, you know.
He released a new video today, you know, and it's just like.
So, these two are discussing on their platform how to get my channel terminated.
Yeah, he's right. They're talking and discussing how to get Cheswick's channel took down because retaliation or whatever. Got a super chat coming. Thank you very much, Gods. It says, does being critical of Craig constitute as child abuse to him? Maybe that's a mistake he's making.
Yeah, it could be.
Nobody knows, right? I've got a clip. Of Fight the Flat Earth telling me that I'm a child abuser because I showed my son that level is horizontal with a tool, a level, establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Right now, he has a go at my autistic kid. He says that's child abuse to say to an autistic child that level is horizontal. Turns out, Fight the Flat Earth has an autistic child. Imagine that.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the fucking hypocrisy of them, if you know what I mean. Like, they've got the protection of YouTube and all that shit, you know what I mean? But they still have to crush the little guy because the little guy can expose you for what you are.
But they should be.
There you go. Little guy can expose you for what you are. Goes for you, Nathan, Oakley, QE, the little guys can expose you for the fools that you are. And you won't have a conversation. You can't have a conversation. Cheswick asks in this, think it's only fair that he gets allowed to be able to go on Jerenism, face Fight the Flat Earth. Should be the least Jeren can do. The same goes for Nathan Oakley. He's made some ridiculous claims. The least he should be able to do is sit down, have a conversation about it. He could even monetize it. He could make money from it. The drama. But will they? I don't know. I don't know whether Jeren will. I don't know whether it'll look good for him, having to face up to having a liar cheat like Fight the Flat Earth on the payroll. I don't know whether Nathan Oakley or QE or anybody like that can do the same sort of thing.
terminating the account if
little
that's
guys.
happening, and it did happen to you, and he's still on the platform. So you know,
he released a new video today. You know, and it's just like
whoopee shit.
Yeah.
And let's think about it. It's not just taking money out of my pocket, right? But YouTube get 30% of everything I make, right? So isn't this taking money out of their own pocket? All right, I'm not making them millions and millions like PewDiePie and Markiplier and Mr. Beast, right? But my channel makes a fair income, enough for me to have, you know, a nice comfy life with my family. And YouTube get 30% of that. So when I'm gone for a week,
he has a nice comfy life from what he does. And what does he do? What does this man do? He berates flat earthers.
And apparently slanders other content makers.
He lies and slanders people. And he makes money from it. Like he says. He makes a good living from it. He's all right. He's doing okay. What about the other people that he slanders? What are they doing? Same goes for Nathan Oakley. What happens to the people that you slander just to get your money?
Week, that's 30% of my income that YouTube now don't have.
Oh, he's done YouTube out
So,
of money.
Let me get this straight, right? My copyright, and my words that I own, right? You, Craig, have still got my work and my words on your channel, right? Now, you didn't piss me off before because you didn't go about making claims about me killing you or wanting to kill you, this kind of shit, yeah? So that's pissed me off, lad, yeah?
He's already died once. Annie? Come on, nobody on the air.
I couldn't get to it fast enough, but you know I wanted to.
Come on, people.
Maybe it's time for second one.
And let's think about it. It's not just taking money out of my pocket, right? But YouTube get 30% of everything I make, right?
Wow.
YouTube gets 30% of everything he makes. So Journalism and Craig both given 30% of what they make to YouTube, you know what I mean? But apparently these two guys are on opposite sides of the debate, aren't they? Opposite sides of fucking what debate, you soft cunts? There is no debate.
Right? So isn't this taking money out of their own pocket? All right, I'm not making them millions and millions like PewDiePie and Markiplier and Mr. Beast, right?
You're not making millions and millions, Craig. Oh,
well. It's bad, isn't it?
Let's see.
We should get him a few more.
My work is on your channel, isn't it?
I can't believe he's comparing himself to people like that.
Right? But my channel makes a fair income, enough for me to have, you know, a nice comfy life with my family.
And nice comfy life with his family. Look at that. I mean, at least he's doing well on the YouTubes, right? He does just slander and berate people for money. And people like, he's like a clapping seal when people pay him money for abusing people. It's been one of the worst channels, I think. But I guess it's pushed because this dogmatic globe.
And YouTube get 30% of that. So when I'm gone for a week, that's 30% of my income that YouTube now don't have.
Yeah, it's a lot of money that YouTube have lost.
So 30% of your income might not go to YouTube.
This is the bit that I wanted to get on.
So what I'm saying is, mate, right, you've pissed me off by going about slandering me on other channels when I've already proven that you're a liar, right? So don't make me have to come and resort you to this, yeah?
I would never ask like for money.
Yeah, to be fair, it's the first time I've ever seen you.
I appreciate that, and this is just like it's really worrying me. You know, this is what I do to provide for my family, and I've put a lot into this over 5 years. Everything, you know, and I'm proud of what I've done.
He's put a lot into it for 5 years. He's proud of what he's done in 5 years.
He's crying about it as well.
Yep.
I wonder if that includes calling people child abusers, that he's proud of that.
I think, well, that's what got him started 5 years ago, isn't it? That's the launch of this new, what he's proud of for 5 years. Starting off by calling people child abusers, you know, fighting the flirts, eventually build up enough anger to commit a violent assault on your neighbour, get praised for it, get paid for it. He made loads of money out of that.
And someone's just trying to take it away from me.
He's trying to take
it
away.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, and it's sorry, it's bullshit. It's unfounded. Don't apologize, man. This is your livelihood. Yeah.
It's unfounded, apparently. Apparently it's unfounded. Oh, you're gonna take me income. You're a fucking lying cunt. That's what you are, Craig. So you go away with all the little snitches, right, that are going to go back, and then I can tell exactly what you're going to do. Ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. Yeah. Because I'm onto your game now, so.
I would never ask like for money.
Yeah, to be fair, it's the first time I've ever seen you.
I appreciate that, and this is just like it's really worrying me. You know, this is what I do to provide for my family, and I've put a lot into this over 5 years. Everything, you know, and I'm proud of what I've done. And someone's just trying to take it away from me.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, and it's
sorry,
it's bullshit. It's unfounded. Don't apologize, man. This is your livelihood. Yeah,
you know, like I wouldn't want this to happen to a flat earther. You know, I wish none of their fucking channels were spreading misinformation. But if someone's making their livelihood through,
hang on, so you wouldn't want it to happen to a flat earther, yet you give 2 strikes to Howard George, yeah?
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to happen to a flat earther. Imagine that. I mean, look at him. He's poor fella's crying. You don't want this sort of stuff happening to flat earthers, does he? Well, there's PT. PT's on team Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know, like I wouldn't want this to happen to a flat earther, you know.
I wouldn't want it to happen to a flat earther.
I wish none of their fucking channels were spreading misinformation, but if someone's making their livelihood through
I think that misinformation thing is like, you know, level being horizontal. I think that's the stuff he calls child abuse. I think. I mean, I don't know whether Jeren's bothered asking him if that's, you know, one of his opinions that he is vocal about across the internet. Because he has just recently been done for hateful speech on Twitter X again. So it's not as if he's changed. Fight the Flat Earth hasn't changed one bit. From, well, I mean, this is crying thing. I don't know. Maybe an act. Oh, maybe, you know, this is what you do to get a bit of money.
Producing content on YouTube, then just attacking that and taking that away. It's not just me. I've got 2 kids and a wife, you know?
Yeah.
I've got a son with autism.
He's got a son with autism. I can remember when Fight the Flat Earth called me a child abuser for teaching my son that level's horizontal. I mean, I've got 2 sons. One of them does have autism. It's all right for him to sort of say that sort of stuff then. But now, you know, look, he's upset. I mean, you've got a kid with autism. You can't have people taking your channel off you. What about calling you a child abuser? Telling you to sue you? Sue him, right? What about that sort of stuff? I mean, I don't think Cheswick did all of that, but
I need to provide for them, and this is what I do.
He needs to provide.
Yeah, definitely. And we're all behind you, mate. You know, we're going to try to do everything we can to make sure this doesn't go the wrong way. Robski has also suggested, you know, just making a backup channel just to put all the content on.
So in case you're fooled by the tears, yeah. Oh, poor Craig's. Oh, poor Craig. Oh, poor Craig. Oh, the fucking.
Yeah. Anybody
the
fooled by the tears?
Yeah.
Anyone?
Let me just give you a recap.
So, obviously, I deal
for a
with flat
second.
earthers a lot, and there is one particular flat earther called Mr.
We can
Cheswick.
see.
Go on.
We can see, for example, films with contract killers. So he could say also that he's doing this for a living. So don't stop me from doing that because I'm just providing for my family, etc.
Yeah.
Well,
I need the money.
Who?
What about
Go on.
What about if your child is an apprentice bricklayer and you teach him level is horizontal, like I did?
Yeah, I know. Like that. Well, that's it. I don't know whether it depends whether your child's got autism or not, or or anything like that. That's the sort of stuff Jaren should be asking him. This is the sort of stuff people need to know. When you're watching a debate, you need to know that this man is going to call you a child abuser or not. Does this man put you in the category of child abuser or not? Like, that's what you need to know, really.
Himself as a musician, and he took a sample of my voice saying "Fight the Flat Earth" and created created a piece of music using my voice as the main hook in an attempt to mock me. Turns out it was quite a banging tune. So I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to take that and use it as my outro, and I kind of altered it a bit. And
you didn't alter it at all, kid. In fact, what you did do is get it out of time. You did manage to do that when you tried to loop it. So you didn't even get it in time.
But then because I refused to back down, he kept saying, I'm going to strike you more. And it ended up with like over 50 strikes that he hit my channel with.
So 50 strikes.
Also, let's remember, if we're going to talk about Mr. Cheswick, how Mr. Cheswick hit me with 173 copyright strikes to try.
173 copyright strikes. I've already showed you that I gave him 11 copyright strikes.
And here we have my outro music, which was written by Mr. Cheswick. Remember, guys, stupidity.
Wait, correction. It wasn't. I've told you this before, right? This
I know, but you put it together.
Not written by me. This is a loop that I've took of an official artist. So technically, it's copyrighted. What you're playing.
I've run it through copyright. They think you changed it enough that it doesn't pick up on the copyright.
This is his own opinion on that.
Blatant liar, right?
Yeah, two lies. First, 173 against 11, and then that he's saying that it was Mr. Cheswick's, and it was not. And he said that Mr. Cheswick changed it enough to put on his channel. This is his. Let's say, thinking about that, but he's completely wrong, and he's lying.
I died once.
There you go. It's a bit late. It would have been a better time. He's coming back again.
It turns out that the music that he made wasn't even music that he made. He actually took a Mark Ronson, Lily Allen song, stole a bit of that, chucked my voice on it.
He told you. See, this is so blatant, right? These people that we're having to deal with, they have this idea that they can live with contradictions, and this contradictory nature that they can live with allows them to rewrite the events that occurred in their own favor every time.
And now he's projecting because he said that Mr. Cheswick stole.
Yeah. And Mr.
content from
Cheswick
this
told
musician.
him that he took that stuff. It was already copyrighted. You know, it wasn't Mr. Cheswick's material. He told him that. Now he's saying that the other guy stole it. Like, it's just blatant in order to get Fight the Flat Earth as the victim. Because this is all he's ever done. This is what has been allowed. This character that you're seeing here on screen has been allowed to develop by the people around him. The sycophants that allow this sort of stuff. People like Jaren have played into it. This guy thinks he's a big YouTube star. He thinks he can get away with all sorts of anything. Just misrepresenting, slandering people. He don't care.
He's saying basically that he stole because it was already stolen.
Yeah.
So I stole the stolen, so I am justified. Sorry, but this is, I would say, during revolution, Russian Revolution. It was, you can steal because it is already stolen from bourgeois, let's say.
Yeah.
So he's saying exactly the same.
Pretended that he'd made it so that he could claim copyright.
So there you go, Craig. You're a proven liar. Yeah. So you've been going about on channels slandering me, as far as I'm concerned, yeah. So what I'm saying is the Jeranism, right? Either
this is it.
You retract it, right? I get an apology off Craig, or you give me a chance to come on with Craig on your platform, and we'll both have it out. We'll both expose this fucking so-called bullshit. Because what it's about, it's not about copyright or any of that kind of shit for me. What it's about is truth and lies. So, Jeranism, you're supposed to be a truth channel, aren't you? Even though you're verified by YouTube and you're giving 30% of your income to YouTube, you are technically a truth channel, yeah. So, let's see if you're about truth, kid. See what you're made of.
And I think that's fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that. Mr. Cheswick has been slandered on Jeranism's channel. It's only fair that Jeranism allows Mr. Cheswick to come on there and fight the flat earth. About this, have it out. Truth, lies, like Cheswick says. That's what Jeran's about. If he's about clicks and hits and, you know, viewers, then that's the sort of stuff we want to see. 2024, people want to see this sort of stuff. Or at least I do. Now, maybe I'm not the audience. Maybe there's a different audience that Jeran's playing to. And maybe Cheswick isn't part of that viewership. But I would have thought it should be, right? A lot of people are the same people that watch these things. You know, they watch similar channels. Certain people that watch Mr. Cheswick, certain people that watch us, maybe they watch Jeran too. Maybe they watch Fight the Flat Earth. Who knows? I mean, anybody's free to watch whatever they want, no matter what Nathan Oakley says. But I mean, is that not the sort of thing that we should be watching? Cheswick going up against Fight the Flat Earth. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's find the truth. Let's stop Jeran from allowing a convicted criminal, a violent, convicted, hateful criminal, to be able to just slander people.
Right, so now that I've got that shit off my chest, I feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know whether we get the bit where he does the bit with actual Jeran.
This about me.
This is just an example of one.
That's pretty shitty.
He then phoned me and threatened to kill me, and said several horrible things about my wife and kids. Nice one, Mr. Cheswick.
Mr. Cheswick.
So, right. This is what Jaren allowed Fight the Flat Earth to say. One more time, right? Obviously, Cheswick isn't, this is just Fight the Flat Earth saying this on Jaren's public platform. Probably about, I don't know how many viewers, 500 people watching it live. 5,000 people watched it since then. Whether they got to this bit to watch him do this, who knows?
He then phoned me and threatened to kill me, and said several horrible things about my wife and kids. Nice one, Mr. Cheswick.
Mr. Cheswick. I've never heard of this person. Mr. Cheswick. Does he have a different channel name?
Well,
look at that. Jaren. Mr. Cheswick, I've never heard of this person. Like, Jaren, are you sure? I know you've just let somebody slander him, but the fact that you don't know him, does that matter? Should you be saying, wait a minute, Craig, you can't just say those sort of things unverified about somebody? We don't know if that's true or not. That would be literally slandering somebody. So, Mr. Cheswick, he's right. Jaren, you should either take this video down, make an apology, or get Mr. Cheswick on there to have a talk with Fight the Flat Earth for why he's making these sort of claims. I'm sure there's other people that have, been had this sort of thing done to him. I personally have heard my name mentioned by Brenda on this debatism. People are allowed to just run amok on this Jaren's channel. Verified. Cheswick goes on about it.
I guarantee you, mate, you'll fucking hear me now.
Mr. Cheswick. I've never heard of this person. Mr. Cheswick. Does he have a different channel name or something?
No, just Mr. Cheswick. I'm still contemplating releasing all the emails that he sent me because they're quite horrific.
Yeah. It's contemplating going through the emails. Now, Cheswick, if you watch the video, please do. You'll see all of the emails that Cheswick, he goes through it. So, Fight the Flat Earth, he's just... Well, I don't know. Don't know whether he's got the receipts. Cheswick definitely has. Watch the video. Yeah, these two have helped each other quite a lot. I've got a clip of Fight the Flat Earth and Jaren helping each other out within the argument. It's all a bit sus, so I hope that Jaren can at least see profit in allowing Cheswick to go on there. Because I think it would be perhaps one of the most entertaining things around. So, yeah. Cheswick, if you want to come over, come and have a chat. Go over it. If I've got anything wrong, let us know. I'll correct it. Hopefully I didn't. And if you want to watch the video, then please do. Because there's a lot of stuff that you didn't know. Like, I didn't know how generous Cheswick has actually been with Fight the Flat Earth. So for Fight the Flat Earth to repay Cheswick like this, it's just goes to show you, the type of person Fight the Flat Earth is. Most of us already knew it, but I didn't know that Cheswick was such a kind-hearted guy. So hats off, Cheswick. I thought I thought you were in with Sleeping Warrior. Sorry. But, you know. Yeah. It's there's a part of me that feels, you know, I came into this because obviously people were calling me a child abuser. And I came in to go and talk to a surveyor to find out why people were doing that. I couldn't understand it. Couldn't understand that they had a surveyor, and then people like Fight the Flat Earth were allowed to go around just abusing people like that, making money on their channels. I mean, that's how he started his channel. He still does the same thing to this date. Ever since Jaren started his new channel up, there's been a little bit of a change within the Flat Earth. I think that's what's leaving Nathan Oakley behind. Nathan Oakley's still living in the Fight the Flat Earth old school era where they abuse people. Fight the Flat Earth's trying to step out of that and move into this new bit where they can forget that they were nasty, toxic, vile slanderers, and just sort of pretend that they're actual debaters now, all on the same team. So yeah, this arena is toxic. The whole false dichotomy thing, as I think it's lived its day. Most people now have got too much going on in their life to be bothered, because there's only one reality. It's not going to change. Not going to make it any different. You can watch your films. You can imagine spaceships. You can take pictures of the moon. Take pictures of the sun. You can measure angles to anywhere you want, from anywhere. It doesn't make any difference. Nobody cares anymore. This is 2024. I think the old school is time to go. We've got to start moving forward, just living in reality. I mean, who cares? Let's have conversations. Let's move forward. I've been having conversations, right? 2 years ago. Over 2 years ago now, we did a test to show that a straight line lies within a plane. Like, I'm good. I'm absolutely certain. I know that level is horizontal. I don't need anybody to tell me that I'm a child abuser for saying that. I don't need anybody to, you know, ridicule me, because I'm good with it. I know. I have proof. And that's a valuable commodity in these days. I don't think many people have those sort of proofs of anything. I think most people are lost. And I think Fight the Flat Earth, like you just watched him there, blubbering, crying. I think that's the sort of thing that they do all the time. Living with the contradictions that you have to live with modern day times. There's going to be a lot more of that. So yeah, shout out to Jaren. We'll have a word. Hopefully Cheswick's sent him whatever. I'm going to be having a few words with a few people moving forward. Just to have some conversations about things, because I think I've come to the opinion now that there's a load of adults that are so-called experts in this arena that are just too scared to talk about anything. They want to live within their paracosm, and they'll only talk about things within their paracosm, and we don't talk about that sort of stuff. We just stick with the stuff in reality. And these people are, you're going to watch them run out the way. Nathan Oakley, QE, Arwin, Brian's Logic, Jared, Fight the Flat Earth, McToon. You name them. I'll talk to any of them about the tests that we've done, already done. Geometric principles, proofs, arguments. We've got them. Who dares to come and talk to us about it? You want to call us pedantic? Rebut the arguments. Do whatever. But just don't slander us and then block us from right of reply. I think that's what's going to happen to Cheswick. They'll all just block him and pretend he doesn't exist. And that'll show you that Fight the Flat Earth and Jaren are same team. Flat Earth Society goes a lot deeper, I say. But, I mean, hopefully people will be able to start proving me wrong. But I've never seen it yet. I've built up experience within this arena over the years. I've talked to a lot of people. They've come and talked to us, mainly. We've tried to keep out of the way. Because I think that what we have troubles a lot of people's minds. It's really hard to be able to take the simplicity and the proof that we've got, because you have to change the way you think or go mad. A lot of people choose to go mad, and a lot of people just choose to blank us, pretend we don't exist. The questions we ask are just too painful for them to even attempt to answer. But hey, prove us wrong. Let's have these conversations. I mean, this goes to anyone. If Cheswick wants to come round and have a chat, that's fine. I've tried to go to places to have conversations with people, and I don't think it's me that shuts the conversations down. People get frustrated having conversations. I think people have been already, the well has been poisoned, let's say. But hey, we distill our own water. You can't poison a well of truth. You can't. It's just a conversation. I don't know why certain people are unable to have those conversations. It's only about arguments as well. Like, literally construct an argument and discuss it. Anybody see any failings within an argument, then rightfully feel that you can point them out. It feels like at the minute, this dictatorships don't allow anybody to have questions. Godzilla says, I am prove you wrong, Bev, but first I need you to say something factually incorrect. Thanks, Gods. I think it's me growing up on Twitter on 160 characters. Because you had to say what you had to say in as few words as possible, and you had to make sure that you did not make a mistake. Because if you made a mistake, these guys, they'll follow you everywhere with the tweet from 4 years ago. You know the mistake I made? They asked me to make an argument for the flat earth. I did. I made it. I made it as a rebuttal to all of the things they said. So all I had to do was take what they said and find where they contradicted themselves and lay that back on them as a proof for a flat earth. I mean, it still works today. It's called like a false dichotomy. As long as you lay up a false dichotomy, it's dead easy to prove whatever you want. And I think that's what these guys do. That's how straw men are made of other people's arguments. And then all you need to do is you stop the communication from either side. So like what's happened in this arena is there's a false dichotomy, globe earth, flat earth, dogmatic globe earth and flat earth. Just make a false dichotomy, split the two teams up so they'll never talk to each other, and then what you do is you leave them to imagine what the other team think, and they'll come up with the most ridiculous shit that the other team apparently think, and these two sides can never communicate now because they're always fighting for what the other people believe their opinion is. Nobody's ever talking about reality. They're all just living within a false dichotomy, wandering around, holding contradictions and not knowing that they're actually holding these contradictions, with no ability to reason that they are actually holding contradictions. They get offended, in fact, if you attempt to point out the contradictions. So, if anybody does want to come in and have a chat. Now, there was another chat that we had this morning with, like, we've been going over to, because people get upset with us. And I've been trying to talk to the flat earthers for ever so long about a test we did 2 or 3 years ago now, about the geometric principles of proving a straight line, something so simple, but actually proving it within reality. And you go round to these rooms and there's always a few people that jump in, and they've been in these rooms. They're always in there. You'll know them if you've ever been in any of them. The resident, call them globe earthers, but I mean, they could be anything really. They're just the resident flat earth society. You never really know whether they're flat earthers or globe earthers or just trolls. We had one today. It's called Scott McKay. I've done 3 videos recently. Within this arena, this Scott McKay has jumped into conversations every time we've ever been in there. And he's always in there, sat around in a Discord channel, either Gem Pandas, Debate Flat Earth and More, or 24/7. And he's, well, the conversation we had this morning was strange, but understandable. And what he was saying, should I get a clip of it? Just so you can experience it for yourself. Let me get the let me get it. I'll have to add it on here. Just a minute. Should have really got this one set up, but hey, we're freestyling it. Right, so what channel have you got on there? Change windows. This is the other side of this arena that we're in. I would encourage people to come into On the Level Discord, just purely because I like having conversations with people. But I mean, don't come in if you're model afflicted. Come in if you want to help, if you want to find a proof within reality, if you want to see the simplicity of what's going on around here, if you want the veil lifted, come into this Discord. These other Discords, other places that you can go to, there's, I don't know, there's some strange places. No, Scott McKay is, I'd say he's a Zanuck-like character. So here we go. Let's listen to this. This is from when I went in there.
In my mind, right?
Both flat and curved. How do you get that?
Yeah, both flat and curved. Yes. So
Diatheism.
I'm holding like refraction being a possibility or having to account for it.
There's always going to be refraction. It doesn't necessarily mean that the oceans are curved. So what happens is they just reified the ball. So they say when you say you see too far, yeah, they just say, okay,
I'll move it forward a bit.
That some guy called Eratosthenes did some measurements of sticks and shadows, measured some angles, did it?
Yeah, it's still boring. Measuring an angle.
Whatever.
There we go. This is Scott. Yeah, everybody seems to be very clever with being able to say what it does. No, you don't need to know. Some genius out there did it, right?
Not a genius, just someone who took a couple of courses and went out and sat in the sun and the cold,
like Nathan Oakley.
Depending on the weather, and did the work.
Nathan Oakley knows what you can do with an angle.
Who cares what Nathan Oakley thinks?
Ah, well.
He's nobody.
You don't. Do you?
No, I just, I care what these trained professionals went out and did. Documented all their work, written down their notebooks, and
measuring angles.
Measuring the Earth.
Measuring an angle.
Whatever.
Does measuring an angle prove anything about the shape of the Earth?
Yes, it does, if you can do math. Yeah.
Okay, then tell us the procedure. There you go. So, Scott, in the rooms, I mean, we've been going over this with Nathan Oakley. We told Ruhif, one angle. We've been saying it, you can do fuck all with an angle. No two straight lines can enclose a space. All of these sort of things. With just an angle and nothing else, you cannot derive any geometric properties. All of these sort of things, these statements that we've made. Now, Scott, in this room, has decided that if you know maths, you can tell the shape of the Earth from just an angle. Now, he's heard Nathan Oakley say it confidently. So, Scott, being on probably the same team as Nathan Oakley, I mean, they may look like they're on different teams, but for this particular thing, and just an angle and measuring the shape of the Earth, they're on the same team. They know the same mathematics, Nathan and Scott here. Here we go. Procedure. What you do? We've got an angle. Explain the rest for us, please. Mathematically.
Why?
Because you just said clever people can do it, or are you not one of these clever people?
Yeah, I don't know the math.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley does it, and he comes up with the Earth's being measured flat. So is that the math?
Well,
is Nathan Oakley keeping the secret?
No, he's an idiot.
So Nathan Oakley claims to do something. Scott claims you can do something. Yeah, Scott doesn't know it, the procedure. Nathan Oakley just tells everybody that, you can. And the Earth's measured flat. Hey presto. With an angle. That's what you can do with an angle. You can measure the Earth flat. Scott calls Nathan Oakley an idiot. But what does Scott know? Scott must know the maths that can prove Nathan Oakley wrong about his measuring an angle. So surely. You tell us then. Surely.
Why is Nathan an idiot?
Have you ever listened to him?
Well, I have. He seems to be able to do something with the angle that you can't. So, I mean, who's the idiot, Scott?
He just makes up stuff. But to be honest with you, I don't listen to him much. I think I've heard him like once or twice.
Okay. So, well, explain to us then how Nathan... He's only heard him once or twice now, but he knows he's an idiot. Sounds like an idiot as well. Nathan Oakley's an idiot for being able to measure the Earth flat with an angle and then tell us the real reason how you use the angle to get something different.
Why do you keep asking me why do you keep asking me the same question? What's in it for you, man?
You haven't answered it, Scott.
I know. No, I have answered it. I said I leave it to the experts.
You leave it to the experts. You don't even know who the fucking experts are, dude.
Yeah, I do.
Who are they?
Can't be that hard, can it? You've just got an angle. I mean, how
hired
hard
to do
can the
geodetic
math
surveying.
be?
I mean, I trust the pilots to fly the planes that I get on. I trust the engineers.
He wasn't a pilot. He just went to the top of a mountain and measured an angle. Explain that one. Explain how he got what he got out of that. Because if it was Nathan Oakley, he'd have measured it flat.
Don't know, don't care.
So what's the difference?
Don't know, don't care.
Don't know, don't care. After saying that
so
you can do it. Yeah. That's the whole point. The whole of this video is pointing out that Scott doesn't know a thing. He just refers to other people. But he's happy to say to everybody else that they're wrong in whatever they're doing. They're idiots. They're wrong. What do you do? How do you know that, Scott? Well, experts. He doesn't know a thing. And that's what we're living with today. In these Discord servers. Not this Discord server. This Discord server is different. Come in this Discord server and you can have a conversation with people. Nobody will gaslight you like this. Nobody will tell you you're stupid for asking questions. Just have conversations. Drop your model. It's afflicting you in more ways than you realise. Listen.
So why are you here, Scott? Like, if you got a belief, that's fine. Why don't you just take it and fuck off? Like, why you stay here for?
To understand how you guys can get it wrong for so long?
Get what?
But you don't want to know why.
Oh, I do.
It's getting a joke.
You don't. You just fucking keep denying, dude, and denying what we tell you. So why the fuck listen to it?
Just so he can say it's wrong.
Understand why you get it wrong.
So you can call Nathan Oakley an idiot? Is that why?
And so he can say you're wrong.
I would never mention Nathan Oakley unless Jeff brought it up.
Sorry. Maybe.
Uh-oh. Elder Bear.
Like, how many years have you been coming here, Scott? Like, I've only been here for 3 months or so, and you've been here every day.
He's been here all the time. Every time I've ever been here, Scott. You've been here.
This room's only existed for a few months. I used to hang out at Jim's, and I still do
all
most
that time, Scott?
I think so. From the beginning, when Heretic
and you don't know who Al Baruni is. You don't know what he did. You don't know anything about how Nathan Oakley measured it flat or anything. What are you doing?
I've heard the name.
Trying to convert us, Scott? Is that what you're doing?
No, I don't even think it's possible to convert you.
Breaking up badly.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood it. I thought you were the. Don't hear me. Yeah. Scott, can you hear me, Scott?
Yeah, it's breaking up. I got the idea that you were one of the experts round here, Scott. You were the resident globe guy with all of the answers. So it just seems like you tell everybody they're wrong whenever they say anything. You keep posting stupid videos.
Well, it's because you keep saying wrong things.
What's
and you're
wrong?
like a one-trick pony too, dude.
I asked you a question, how to explain how you use the angle.
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
He's
How's
a
that
one-trick
wrong?
pony. He has one argument, man.
What's my one argument?
Now.
Celestial navigation.
Well, also I know how to get to Australia from San
Good
Francisco.
for you, Scott.
He knows how to get to Australia from San Francisco. I mean, that qualifies you for a lot in these Discord rooms, you know. People like Scott are, you know, valuable. Surely.
I would say that you can buy a ticket and you go to airplane and you take off. So there you go.
Yeah, you trust the pilot.
Yeah.
You trust the booking agent. You trust the
The
pilot.
pilot will measure angle correct. Yes, measuring angle pilot. Then you will land in Australia. All right.
The idea that you were one of the experts round here, Scott. You were the resident globe guy with all of the answers. So it just seems like you tell everybody they're wrong whenever they say anything. You keep posting stupid videos.
Well, it's because you keep saying wrong things.
What's
And you're
wrong?
like a one-trick pony too, dude.
I asked you
You
a
have one
question, how
argument.
to explain how you use the angle.
I don't know.
Well, there you go. Doesn't know.
He's
How's
a
that
one-trick
wrong?
pony. He has one argument, man.
What's my one argument?
Now.
Celestial navigation.
Well, also I know how to get to Australia from San
Good for
Francisco.
you, Scott.
Well, do you?
No, I don't know how, Scott. Like, fuck, man.
Oh, Gem Panda's in the chat. The brilliance of the rebuttals. What rebuttals to what, Scott? Gem, I know you're defending your man. Scott is one of Gem Panda's underlings, I think. So, you know, that's why Gem Panda's coming to defend.
Do you guys have a model?
You're the only one, Scott, that knows how to fucking navigate, dude.
Has the flat Earth come up with any kind of map which can get you anywhere in this world?
See, this is what they do. They just sit in there. They have no idea of anything. And they just say, have the flat Earth. Now, there are flat Earthers in those rooms, right? But that's all Scott has, is saying that to flat Earthers. So I'd say, flat Earthers, just, you know, what do you need people like Scott for? I'm not a flat earther. It's okay with me. But this is
Every
Anywhere.
fucking map is flat, Scott. Get it into you.
And who made those maps?
Do you use your fucking globe to navigate, dude? Do you have one in your fucking pocket?
Who made the maps?
I don't give
Were
a
they
fuck,
fla-
man. They're
were
flat.
they flat
dude.
earthers or people who understood the Earth's a globe?
I mean, what an argument. Who made the maps? The cartographers.
Yes, not flat earthers.
Yeah, you've not got a clue about anything. They're just cartographers, yeah. And they made them a long time ago, like years ago. They got digitized in the 70s for the UK. So that's how long the maps have been there for. They've just been updated with new things, trees and roads and houses and stuff. But the maps are still the same maps. Just different things on them.
I'm pretty sure a lot of
Hear me,
maps are...
Scott? That clearer?
I can't hear you at all, Bear.
Okay. Morning, Scott. How are you doing? Sorry, I might have been mistaken, but I thought that you were the geometrical advisor to 2T6 and that you advised them on spherical excess. So I thought perhaps you did understand geometry. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had such a high position.
High
now you seem to
position?
know anything about geometry. It's just a bit odd. That's all I was thinking. Well, in
Do you
TT6,
really?
you were the spherical excess advisor.
Yeah, I
No, you were. They
understand.
told us you were. And you
Yes,
said you were. You
yes,
just
I
advised them on spherical excess.
yes, I
So
understand
you
why
would
spherical
understand
excess
geometry
exists.
then. And you would understand the geometry.
Yes, I understand how you get spherical excess. Yes, this is true.
Okay, so you
But that's
would
that's a rather
know,
simple concept, right?
you would know what you could do with an angle. Yeah, I know. So you would.
He understands why you get spherical access. Do you know why? 'Tis globe. That's why. That's all. The only thing you need. Spherical access. 'Tis globe. You can't have the
He did
globe
say
without spherical
he did say it
access.
was. Yeah, he did say it was simple.
Yeah.
True enough. That's very simple.
It is. You can't have spherical access without a globe, and you can't have a globe without spherical access. So they sort of come together.
Would know what to do with just an angle. Then
What do you mean? What does
I thought
one
you were
do
just
with
kind of
what?
ducking out of it somehow.
What does one do with just an
I don't know,
angle?
you're the geometer.
And now he's
You're
asking
the
it.
geometer, so I thought you'd be able to bring something to that
breaking
question.
up a lot, man.
What does
Yeah.
one
cutting
do
in
with
and out.
just an angle?
I don't think he's hearing me either, but maybe he does this often. So yeah, I mean, there's so many things that people who understand the Earth's a globe that can, so many things that they can do. I don't do them, right? I just enjoy the
Can they
benefits
juggle?
of them.
Can they juggle?
Some of them, yeah. But I
Can
mean,
you,
they,
Scott?
you know,
Can
people
you
who
do any of
understand the
this
Earth's a
stuff,
globe
or
has
do you
built
just
stuff,
imagine
and
other
they've.
people can do it?
Oh, imagine other people do it.
Well, there you go.
I never claimed to have done any of
That's
this
your
stuff.
imaginometry. You just imagine. There, did you hear that? There we go.
But I
Can
mean,
you,
they,
Scott?
you know,
Can
people
you
who
do any of
understand the
this
Earth's a
stuff,
globe
or
has
do you
built
just
stuff,
imagine
and
other
they've.
people can do it?
Oh, imagine other people do it.
Well, yeah, he just imagines other people do it. Literally, he imagines that other people do it. And you can do marvelous things, you know, when you start imagining that other people do it. You can just literally make up anything and then imagine that other people do it. You can call anybody stupid as well when you adopt this method that Scott's got. Sit in rooms with a load of flat earthers and make up a load of shit and then just imagine that other people do it and tell people that they're wrong. Literally.
Oh, imagine other people do it.
Well, there you go.
I never claimed to have done any of this
It's your
stuff.
imaginometry. He's never claimed to have done it himself. You just imagine other people do it. Not you, though. You're not even clever enough to imagine you can do it. Or are you well educated enough in sophistry that pretending that other people do it is easier because then you can always claim ignorance yourself? It's a nice tactic, Scott.
I know.
See? It is. And that's what's been going on in these rooms. They now, right? You used to get in the old days, right? You used to get people like Jesse Kozlowski and George Nutsack and Blue Marble Science, like pretending that they were guys that actually did things themselves, right? And then the moment you start asking them about it, there's a big failing because, you know, they might not be as up on the game as they would be if they were actually guys who do that. You know, pilots, rocket scientists, astronauts, what was it? Deploying satellites from rockets, all of that sort of shit, right? PhDs, doctors, people pretending to be doctors. That's old school, right? They've done away with that. The new sophists, or the new, well, it's like an easy way out of the sophistry, is to pretend that other people do it, not yourself, because then you never have to answer any questions about it yourself. You can just imagine that other people do it. That's where we're at. That's what Scott does.
Yeah, so for example, you can ask that kind of guy how Luke Skywalker is using his lightsaber.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Ask Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. Go and see the guys that make the lightsabers. I mean, it's no good asking me. But I mean, the lightsabers are definitely there, aren't they? You know, that's the way that they're doing it at the minute, and that's what Scott does. He's for at least 3 months. But I mean, Scott's a well experienced guy. Obviously, Gem Panda's in the chat. Type in what 3 lines, 4 lines. Scott's obviously Gem Panda's buddy, agent, let's say. We might be getting onto something here, calling these people out. Good to see you in the chat, Gem, and being so upset with Imaginometry. I mean, Scott's taken Imaginometry to the physics. He's taken it out of the geometry and moved it into physics. Like, he can just imagine anybody does anything.
But I've been on an airplane that took me from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia.
Wow.
Nice.
Well, that
It got
qualifies you
there.
then, Scott.
No. It.
He's been on an airplane, right? You can imagine other people, but he has actually been on an airplane. So, obviously,
confirms my trust in these
one of
other
the
people.
Gem
It
Panda's best men.
confirms my faith in the experts. They
High
knew how to
levels
get
of
there.
faith. We know, Scott. We know.
Yes, but they got me there, which my faith was justified, wasn't it?
You see, this is what he goes on about now. This is the faith. No
Yes,
proof.
But still, he was talking about maps. So pilots are not making maps. They don't make maps. So what's his point of being faithful to pilots? Because all right, yes, if someone is driving the car and you're a passenger, you are trusting that driver will
Get you to where
bring
you wanted to go
safely to destination.
Yeah.
So what's the problem?
Yeah, faith. He has faith in the pilots to get him where he wanted to go to. I mean,
that's good.
Yeah.
You have safe and calm trip. You are not getting nervous during the trip. That's psychologically okay.
Yeah. It's all you've got, Scott. Faith.
Okay, I can live with that. Why is
See, he can live with just having faith. He's all right. He doesn't need proof. Just faith. Scott can sit in that room with faith that other people can do things. And what can other people do? Anything he imagines. Anything. As long as it's
but still I cannot see connection between pilots and this spherical axis.
There isn't any, but you know.
I think so.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob.
Hello.
Is that enough? Why is that not enough?
Why do you have to come in here and tell people that they're wrong? Is it your faith that tells you to do that? Is that scripted?
No, it's the fact that other people have solved these problems already
Part of the
that you guys
doctrine
want to
within
continue.
your dogma.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why I should.
What
even bother
problems? Were you
answering
talking
these.
about a problem?
Well, just him. The problem was that he had to tell us why people were wrong, right? He just, because that's what he does. Like, you go in there, you say something, and then Scott will say, you're wrong. And you'll say, how do you know that, Scott? What have you done? And he'll say, I've not done it. You say, what do you mean then? He said, well, other people have done it. And then you're off the topic that he's just called you wrong for, right? You're then discussing his imaginary friends and what they're doing. You're not discussing the fact that Scott's just called you out for being wrong. But it's more than that, right? Because he's sort of hinting that you're a liar whenever you go in there and say things.
But so far, his let's say, inferring is that because I trust in pilots, therefore you are wrong. This is what he said.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, I think his main thing's against flat earthers, but when you go in these rooms, he doesn't care if you're a flat earther or anything. He just wants to tell people they're wrong. You know, Faith, you must go out and spread the you're wrong. Tell everybody else how wrong they are.
So Bev, do you ever listen to anybody's answer? Or when you ask questions, you just wait for the person to stop and then ask the next one?
You don't answer, Scott. It's pretty obvious. You haven't got any. You haven't got any answers.
What was my answer to your
in
questions?
the hands of somebody else, not you.
Yes, that's my answer.
That's not an answer, Scott.
It isn't.
There you go. Look, he's blatantly telling you. He doesn't have any answers. He just leaves them in the hands of somebody else. And he just imagines that somebody else can give you the answer. Not him. But he's going to be the one that sits there and tells you you're wrong. Just, you know.
An answer. Why don't you accept it?
Well, I don't take bullshit. I have like an internal bullshit meter.
So why is my putting my trust in experts?
Been studying it for years.
Why don't you put your trust in experts? How have they failed you?
What's an expert, Scott? Not you, right?
Pilots, not me. No, never me. I'm a pretty good computer programmer. I can push data around pretty well and organize data structures. Yeah, I can organize data structures to maximize input and output kind of stuff. I'm pretty good at that, and they pay me really, really well.
Word searches.
No, that's not what I do.
People on lists.
I do actually make lists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a good chance if you guys get emails trying to sell you something, I'm at the base of that. Sorry.
Yeah. What about if... So Scott is a computer guy that's put you on lists. Interesting to know, right? Scott, the guy that doesn't know a thing, that sits in these rooms all the time, knowing nothing, referring people to imaginary experts. He makes lists and puts people on them. What's he doing in there, in these rooms? Chances are he's making lists of everybody that goes in there, everybody that talks, and reporting back to people like Jen Panda.
But still, when you ask him for experts, his only answer is pilots. So I think that pilots are very essential because they are experts of everything.
Well, no, it's just a thing that he has to come up with, right? He's got a little bit of a spiel about planes, and you have to be able to refer things back to experiences that you've had. Otherwise, you'll get caught out for being a liar. Scott's been on a plane. He's been on a plane trip. So he can refer to that. He trusted the pilot to get him where he wanted to go. That's enough for Scott. That's all he needs to refer to. I mean, he's not in there for anything else other than placing you on a list. If anybody puts any words in to searches on the internet, or do you have other people doing those sort of things?
No, I used to. I'm on a different team now, but I used to do that too.
Yeah. So you used to put people on word searches whenever you searched in on the internet. He used to put you on a list for that.
If you ever did a Google search, I worked to the part that would maximize an advertiser's dollar. Make sure that their placement on the Google results page was well spent.
Yeah.
But I don't do that anymore either.
Did you put back in the day? He used to move things up the list of the algorithms. That's what Scott does. There's a lot of people that are like that around here as well. I don't know whether you've noticed. They don't tend to talk about it a lot, but there are a lot of computer guys within these rooms just sitting. You never know where all those people just sat in the background. What are they doing? Could they just be logging people that talk? Getting their usernames, finding out information, putting them on lists. Maybe for Jonah the scientist. All of that sort of stuff.
But anyways,
certain stuff further down the list.
No, nobody does that.
No, you just put stuff higher.
Well, sometimes you would, it depends on how much how much you're willing to bid for the spot. And we had a algorithm that would figure out the maximum bid or the most return on your bid investment.
Yeah. And the dogmatic globe shit went straight to the fucking top. That's where the money is, right?
No,
It's
there's no
everywhere.
money in the
Product
globe.
placement everywhere.
Yeah. For selling shoes and clothes and automobiles and all that kind of shit, right? Our customers, our clients were people like Ford and GM and Nike and Adidas and a whole bunch of companies that a lot of people have never heard of.
So
They're trying to be
what's
heard
your
of.
dogmatic globe expertise then, or do you just leave it in the hands
I,
of other
I,
people?
I have none.
Yeah,
None.
None.
But I've
you
watched sunsets.
You sit in rooms like this all day, telling people that
But I
they've
watch-
got no expertise. He just watches sunsets, gets on planes. He's lying, of course, because as soon as I'm not in the room, he'll become an expert. Don't know why he's so shy coming up with anything that he's been talking about. I bet he's very vocal when you're not there, or well, certain people aren't there. It gets his confidence up.
Sunsets, yes. I can do the basic math, right? I can understand that if you have a 15-degree angle
math with Alberuni.
No, I can. I don't care about Alberuni.
So you can or you can't do it.
I can understand that if the sun sets at the same direction for everybody on the planet, and so I can understand if the sun is setting south of west in Australia right now, which it is, that can only happen on a globe. I can do that kind of math.
Okay, but you can't do. Can anybody do that math? Does it really mean anything where the sun's setting to anybody? Does it mean dogmatic globe? I mean, I suppose if you write down within the dogmatic globe that sun setting west of south or whatever means dogmatic globe, then I mean, 'tis globe. It's pretty simple to do those sort of things. If that's what you can do in your head, right? Just 'tis globe. I mean, why bother? Why bother about the sun? Like, just go 'tis globe. I mean, it's not as if you do any maths. He won't be able to explain the maths that he thinks he can do. The math that you measure an angle on the top of a stick.
No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that
You
math.
can tell it's a globe. Can't do it that way.
No. But I can watch the moon go over my head and see it all night long. It does not change size, which I know enough math and perspective to know that means it's not getting further away from me throughout the night. It's not getting closer. It's not moving further away throughout the night, which the only thing that can be moving in is a circle above me.
Tells me it's optical.
Well, I can also look at with my own eyes and I can trust it. And no, it's a rock.
Right, so here we go. Anybody wise enough or got enough brains to see that what he's just done there? Do you get it? You can look at the moon and tell it doesn't move size, and tell that its distance doesn't change.
Yeah,
that's clever.
It's non sequitur, and by the way, it violates perspective because when an object is very distant, it means that this rays incoming to our eye or optical device is closer to parallelism, let's say, than a Rayleigh criterion. So if it was going far away, you will not notice any change of angular size. So his argument, let's say, or statement is just false. And another statement that he knows that it is a rock. So this is just baseless assertion, because how he knows that that it is rock.
This is what happens, right? They make a claim, and then obviously Elenchi can start, can't it? So that's what happens now, right? He's made a ridiculous claim with a non sequitur, or like there's a fallacy within there. It's hard to tell at the minute how many fallacies he's looped around it, but he's definitely got some fallacious reasoning that's taken place. And you can trust it.
Yeah, I can trust my eyes.
You can put trust. Oh, well, you said
in
it.
my eyes.
Do you call your eyes with an S at the end of it? It.
Okay, I trust them.
Yeah.
All right, you got me there. You got me.
You can trust your eyes, or what is it? The processor, the one that computes that
good
information.
Catch, good catch. No, you got me. Good catch. You're earning your money.
Did you say the moon's not getting further away?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
I've heard some models where
it's
does.
not.
Scott. There are some models where the moon does change distance, isn't there?
Over the course of a night, no.
But the moon does change distance, doesn't it?
Over the course of a night?
No distance whatsoever. No distance. No distance whatsoever. It stays
over the course of the
same
night?
distance.
Yeah, well,
obviously
you must be able to measure it exactly, right? From the beginning and the end, right?
Whatever the radius of the Earth is, since we're not at the center of the Earth.
Scott, measurements, Scott.
But that's trivial
Exactly
in
the
proportion
same
to the distance of the.
Doesn't change, does it? How do you get the distance?
Oh, Bev, something's wrong with you, man.
No, I think you changed, because you did say size, but then you changed it to distance. Don't know how you did that. Maybe it's at that magic angle.
Well, I know you don't, because you never listen to what anybody says. Because you never listen to what anybody says. Because if you had listened, you would have known how I did that.
I think you might have let slip. Did anybody hear how he did that? Change from a size to a distance. He just magicked it.
But he contradicted himself, because he said that he thinks that moon, while moving across the sky, is not changing size. It means that
it stays the same distance.
Yes. Which is, by the way, it is affirming the consequent, but still it is nonsensical, because so the only conclusion would be that moon is not moving. So, but we see that it is moving, so therefore it is moving and not moving at the same time. This is just nonsense.
Yeah,
this guy has problems with logic. Yeah,
it's crazy. Al-Biruni did it
either,
as well.
Either that, or you would have heard how I did it, but you never listened to anybody. So
how did you tell the size of the moon?
What did I say? I said it.
Yeah, you said it doesn't change size.
Prove you were listening.
I'm saying,
prove you were listening.
I think you probably passed it off to somebody else.
Prove you were listening.
Probably passed it off to somebody else.
Yeah. Good job, man.
How did you measure the size of
I looked at it.
Moon? Okay.
I looked at it.
So your eyes do have measuring things, do you?
Yes, they do.
So there you go. He measured the size of it by looking at it. I mean, there's some talented people around here, right? And he looked at the moon, right? Saw that it didn't change size and computed with his processing power that it didn't change the distance. That's
It didn't
amazing.
change the distance while moving.
Yeah.
Not to mention.
Yeah, he's like these eyes. He's like Steve Austin. Scott,
Sufficient enough for this task.
Yes, that's how you can tell it doesn't change in any distance.
Sufficient enough for this task, yes.
Your eyes.
Yes.
So sufficient enough for this task. And what's this task? Just telling flat earthers a load of bullshit. That's it. That's all he's got is his eyes to measure the moon. I mean, it's fantastic. No wonder Jem's come in to defend him, because he's obviously one of the top guys from over there.
How do you measure it when it's on
again?
the? How do you measure it? How do you measure it when
again.
it's on the horizon?
And I'll
How
say
do you
yes
measure it when
again.
it's on the horizon?
Sorry, Timbo. Sorry. Do I
How do you
measure the
measure it
horizon?
when it? How do you measure it when it's on the horizon?
Oh, I don't. I'll admit, becomes an optical illusion when it becomes next to other things, which have a reference to me, and it appears to be bigger. But
What's it next to?
So you're right.
Come on,
Your
Scott.
eyes can't measure it.
Maybe. So his answer is maybe. So
Yeah,
he
gets
is now
next to the horizon, right?
Yes. So it is maybe. So I don't know. Therefore, I am proving from ignorance. This is just classic.
It
Just
doesn't.
classic.
It doesn't move any further distance yet. It gets next to the horizon.
Yeah.
That's clever, right?
Maybe.
Just by eye, right?
But
this gentleman says that his eyeballs can measure things, but they don't. Oh,
I
okay,
have seen
eyeballs.
time lapse. But I have seen time lapse pictures of the moon setting, and I'm convinced that what looks to me like getting bigger is not actually getting bigger.
So he's seen pictures of it as well. I mean, not only has he seen it with his eye, but he's seen pictures of the moon as well. Honoured to have people like Scott in these.
It's not taking up any more pixels on the screen.
Gem Panda's team must be next. You know.
And so,
when it gets next,
and that's sufficient for
And
me.
he said that he doesn't see any difference in.
Yeah, I'm not going to
pixels
play your
on
silly
the
game,
screen,
Bev.
so-
It's just
pixels on the picture.
He is
that he said.
measuring pixels,
Yeah.
yes, like Ranty or Blue Marble Science, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how anybody does that with a picture. I mean, you'd have to put it in a digital form, right? It would not
Yes, and
be
by
a
the way,
picture.
if you have camera with different resolution, so it will give you different pixel numbers. So, but still okay. This is science, new science.
Yeah, obviously, he was talking about raw files.
it's not worth my time.
Not worth his time. Well, because it's not next to anything. Yeah, you're using words,
You're not,
Scott.
you were not worth my time, man.
Oh, well, obviously, this room is worth your time because you've been here for months.
It is, but you're not.
With nothing. You've got nothing, Scott.
No, there's several
Other
people
than to
here who are
tell
worth my
people
time, but
that-
you're not.
They're wrong.
Yeah, whatever.
Obfuscate, distract.
You're
That's all
just
you're
in
here
loop
for,
mode,
Scott.
man. You're just in loop mode again. You just do these things where you just put it on repeat.
No,
It's the same 7 words over and over and over and
I'm
over
telling
again.
you, like
It's
I've
just
told a lot of
boring.
people in the past, Scott.
Well,
Like,
there you go.
You've got
Sa-
nothing.
Same 7 words. Same 7 words over and
Sit
over again in loop
around
mode.
in Discord
Loop mode.
servers, causing confusion and making life difficult for everyone with nothing.
How am I making life difficult for anybody, man?
Ignorance and
How am I making life
arrogance.
difficult?
That's it, Scott.
And how's it making their lives difficult? Well, whose life have I affected here?
No, I think. See, I will point out here, and Scott makes everybody's life difficult because you can't have a conversation. Because, like in this room here, Scott's taking up all of the time. I don't go there to talk to Scott. I go there to talk to the guys about proofs, tests, to see what we can get going. But nobody can do that. Flat Earthers can't talk about tests and proofs because people like Scott are there to speak up. I don't actually think that the flat earthers, i.e. Nathan Oakley, QE, any of the 24/7 guys, don't think they actually want to talk about anything in reality, any tests. No, they want Scott to be doing this obfuscation. That's what they're after. It's obvious that the people in this arena that we're in, we call it in this arena, we go around talking to all sorts of people, but the flat earthers and the globe earthers, they don't want to talk about a false dichotomy, and they don't want to talk about any proofs in reality. I'm gonna see if I can actually talk to them about proofs, and I'm guessing that they can't. They've never been able to do it for years. And people like Scott here are the ones that sit around obfuscating, so the flat earthers don't ever have to talk about proofs. It's convenient for them to have people like Scott around. But if you want to actually have a conversation about anything, you can't do it in any of these rooms. They're all model afflicted. They want to get you off topic. They want to get you talking about things that people are imagining, looking at moon and stuff like that, if you think that means anything. But Scott obviously does. He thinks it's worth his while. All of the flat earthers in the room that I'm in there's about 20, 30 people, and they're allowing Scott to basically tell them that he's got nothing. He's just wasting time, putting people on lists. That's what he's doing. That's what all of these rooms are. I think this is the purpose of rooms like this. There we go. Because where would you be, Scott? Who could you talk to if there wasn't a room of flat earthers? What would you do, Scott?
I'd be talking politics with people.
Anyone think that's real? I don't. I don't think people like Scott could actually talk to people. I think they'd be too obsessed. I think they'd be watching people for anything that they said. I mean, I don't think they'd be able to talk about level. They wouldn't be able to talk about the sun, the moon, the horizon, anything. In reality, these people will struggle to talk to anyone. Because anyone, obviously, if they start talking about reality, they'll become flat earthers to people like Scott. That's why he lives in these rooms. That's why people like Scott live in these rooms. It's people, Jem Panda, he's not here at the minute, but he's got a Discord server that's full of people like Scott. Once they can't live in the flat earther rooms because the flat earthers trigger them too much, they all go and hide at Debate Flat Earth and More. Jem Panda's server. That's like the asylum, let's say, where all of the ones that can't go out, they can't deal with reality. They just sit there and have a go at flat earthers. These people like Scott, after Scott's finished and he becomes too triggered, maybe the flat earthers will have had enough of him. Maybe they'll kick him out. Maybe the 24/7 guys need people like Scott to argue with them, to keep them on the track for the, globe, flat earth, false dichotomy. It's hard to tell. It's changing, though. You're a politics expert, are you? He's a politics expert. Right, well, strange that you sat in a room that you've got absolutely nothing when you're in a server that does politics.
But mostly I'm a psychology expert. That's what I studied in school. I studied psychology.
In school?
Yes.
Psychology with computers?
No, I just do that for a living. It pays better.
Right? Okay, so you've got a psychology guy, right? A guy that's now sitting in rooms telling you that he likes to do psychology on people and put people on lists. I mean, he didn't seem like he knew anything about psychology a little bit earlier, because he gave his game away about him knowing nothing about it. That doesn't sound good. Maybe that was part of the plan. Maybe telling you that he knows nothing and he's there for, you know, just putting you on a list is the thing that he wants you to now know when he's telling you he's into psychology. Psychology.
And I happen to be better at it than I was at psychology. Because I'm really good at this programming stuff.
Not very good at psychology. Shit at psychology, mate.
I'm really good.
That's really beautiful. I know all I need to know about this guy now. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah? Cool. What do you think you know about me?
You're just here to
Just out of curiosity.
You're just here to have. Basically, you're collecting worldviews.
Yes. I've made no secret of that. I said from the beginning that's what I'm doing.
Collecting worldviews. Well, perhaps a worldview is everything you've ever experienced. You have. Like, you know, I've got my worldview, and that's everything that I've ever experienced, gained knowledge of, communicated with people. You can't collect them. It's a vast wealth of experience that makes the person who they are. You can't collect them. Maybe you can imagine that you can collect them from people by just sitting in Discord rooms. I don't know.
I wasn't being
believed me,
sarcastic. I was being like, instantly I understand what you're doing here. That's all.
No, you're right. I'm collecting worldviews. You're dead on, man.
You know, these people that just agree with everything because it sort of goes along with the narrative. That's what Scott's just done there. He's made a friend over some nonsense.
I'm trying to understand how everybody here thinks.
Trying to understand how everybody here thinks. He says, in a room of 30 people and a 24/7 flat earth guest room on a politics server. That's dangerous. Trying to imagine what everybody thinks. What if people think contradictory thoughts? What if one person's thoughts contradict to somebody else's? How do you collect thoughts?
I would like nothing more than to interview each and every one of you, one on one, and just get your entire world narrative to see if there's any commonalities among them.
How long have I been in here? 20 minutes. I think I've interviewed you to know enough about you, Scott.
Okay.
What have you learned in 4 months? Or are you building a paper? You don't want to give away
Quite
your
a
secrets.
bit. Quite a bit, actually.
Go on.
Quite
then.
a bit.
What's the main thing?
Well, first of all, there's a wide variety amongst you. You guys are
learned
all
how to
flat
say,
earthers.
"Nuh-uh."
In reality, that does tend to
You're all
happen,
flat
Scott.
earthers for different reasons.
People in reality are different, right? Are you classing yourself in that group,
yes.
Scott?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And you all kind of violently avoid answering any questions.
Violently avoiding something tells us a lot about you, Scott.
It's almost
you
as
can't
if you
violently
actively
avoid
run.
questions. That's a state of mind that you're injecting, Scott, into your words.
No, I might need a better
there.
term for that, but there's a very active avoidance of.
So Scott uses the term violently avoid questions. I mean, listen to the words he's using. Violently avoid questions.
Yes, because violence associates with action, and avoiding associates with passive things. So it is like oxymoron for me. But
Yeah.
okay.
And he's there saying he's studying the psychology of the people that's there, using terms like violently avoid to the group of people he's in the same room as, saying he wants to study. There's a lot more going on here than you imagine, and mainly because I think it's Scott.
Questions, and I find that very interesting.
You just hand the
I didn't know
answers
that. I
off
didn't
to
know
other
before.
people, don't you? You say you claim ignorance
Yeah.
and hand it off to somebody else.
Yeah, and one of the questions that I had coming in that I think I have a better handle on now is, do you guys not understand, or do you resist understanding?
Do you like that? I mean, what's the frame of mind that's going on here with Scott? Do you want to hear that again? Like,
this isn't just nonsense.
Yeah. It's like, this is the question he wants to know. This is it.
Not understand?
Here we go.
Yeah, and one of the questions that I had coming in that I think I have a better handle on now is, do you guys not understand, or do you resist understanding?
Like,
Understand what?
What?
For
Yeah,
example,
I know, exactly. Like, for fuck's sake, Scott, be a bit more vague. Like, do you just not understand? Or do you not understand what?
If he was talking about moon, it was pure nonsense.
Yeah.
So if we don't, yes, we don't understand his nonsense about moon, distance, or whatever. Yes.
And you'll know this, right? I mean, maybe people are getting a little bit wiser. Maybe we're going over these videos a bit more openly than we did before. Maybe we did it, you know, in the back rooms and all of that. But all of these little things that happen, they happen while you're having the conversation. You don't get a chance to pause all of this sort of stuff to listen to what is going on. You have to be there on the ball when you're listening to these people. He's saying nonsense. Doesn't mean anything. It's just ridiculous. But nobody else is calling him out. So having a conversation with me, I don't know how many people within that room are actually spotting any of this sort of stuff. I mean, I know you guys weren't even there. But there are people in the room that's talking about Scott, you know, like listening to him. Obviously, Gem Panda, he's one of the Gem Panda guys. So, you know, there's a lot of people, they'll be marking him. They might send somebody else in there now. You don't understand.
And I think you resist understanding for some other reason than the facts, because you all will just summarily reject all evidence that goes against your narrative, which leads me to believe that the narrative is the important part, and the narrative serves you somehow rather than the data.
A bigot. You sound like you've been sat in a room where you're bigoted to the group of people.
Yeah, no, it might sound that way to you. Well, I'm just going off of what the data I've been able to gather.
Mm-hmm. So what? Like, he's just said nothing. He's gathering data on people, making nonsense up, judging people, saying nuh-uh. And this comes after, there's a couple of videos where we've actually had a chat with Scott. He doesn't have anything. I can quite easily state that. He's got nothing. Except a dogmatic closing.
Yeah, like, what was the reaction when I asked you how to get to Australia? Anger, right? There was almost, you know...
It wasn't anger, Scott.
I get the feeling that if the guy could have punched me, he would have. But
You
maybe
have
I'm
a
wrong.
hard time reading people, don't you, buddy?
See, hear that? He imagines that somebody felt anger at him asking how to get to Australia. You just get on a pilot, right? On a plane, you buy a ticket and you get on the plane. trust the people that you get there. Where's the anger? What's he doing?
He's poor psychologist. Yes.
Yeah. Psychology.
Maybe.
Come on,
I'm sure you get yourself in a lot of trouble, don't you, Scott?
If you're writing a paper about this, Scott, like, I don't know whether it'd be trusted. I don't know whether you could get it peer reviewed. It sounds like a load of shit. It sounds like you're a mental case, Scott. To me.
Well, I know to you, that's the thing. But to everybody not you, I don't.
Psychological going on with you, Scott.
Such as? What do you think?
I don't know. There's some kind of chemical imbalance or something wrong with you, dude. You're different, dude.
Well, I know that.
We all know it. Don't worry.
I wasn't worried. But it also feels like to me that something. What I really like to get a handle on is when in your lives did you start to feel different?
I know you can't
than
grasp.
everybody?
When in your lives did you start to feel different? I mean, come on.
Different from
Holy
what?
shit. I mean, he didn't have anything before, but what's he doing now? Surely it'd be better if he just left the room.
Yeah, because I know better trolls. He's even not a sophist. He's just very poor troll, because there are better trolls in this room, I guess. But
No, they're not. No, that's the point. This is the globe sophistry. The guy that literally just sits in a room of flat earthers, right, and does this. He's doing this so the flat earthers don't have to talk to me about any proofs or anything that went on with Nathan Oakley, or maybe the thing about Cheswick, to ask what they think of Jaren and whether they've got a deal going between Fight the Flat Earth, and like they won't talk about any of those things. And Scott here is the guy that stops them from having to talk about it. It's a mutual sort of thing. Scott sits in there, makes lists about people and reports back to Gem Panda, and the flat earthers have somebody on call that can help them from having to deal with conversations that are awkward to them. That's it.
Else.
That's where we're at.
I get it, buddy.
2024.
How the hell could we not believe, buddy?
He's looking for feels. He wants to know how you feel, because he doesn't feel anything.
He wants to know how it's possible that we could possibly believe something different, right?
Something that goes against so much evidence that everybody else in the world sees.
Yeah, how can you not hand off all of these things that you don't know to this unknown group like Scott? Like, I mean, what's wrong with you people? Just be like Scott. Say you don't know fucking anything. Other people do, though.
Just do what you're told, Scott. Everything will be fine, buddy. You should stop coming in here. I don't think it's healthy for you.
Oh, it's very healthy for me.
See, I think he feeds off it.
I'm
It's
learning
got
a
like
lot.
an upside down mentality. Like, it's all shifted.
He just does what he's told.
Yeah. Well, I think he thinks you're friends. Like, you're all friends with him. I think he thinks he's here helping you.
I know. He wants us to lay back on the couch and fucking start at the beginning, right?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Yeah, that's the patients running the asylum.
It would
That's
be great.
Scott.
It would be great. I think I can learn a lot.
This is therapy for you, right, buddy?
See, there is a sad part to this, right,
research.
guys?
It's
you know,
research.
because this is, we're not joking. Like, this is literally what you're dealing with, day after day after day.
No, I know. That's the other thing, too.
People who have
before I came-
problems with, just general reality. That's so messed up of their minds with contradictions and bullshit that they're just lost.
What do you think? So I assume you saying that the rest of us are
We call
lost
this
in these
model affliction.
contradictions.
It's real.
What?
It's a real thing.
Model affliction.
Yes.
Oh, you mean the desire to
was.
understand the world and have
No.
answers?
No.
And accept the answers
Allowing
that
the
work?
contradictions of a model to
What
override your
contradictions?
reality.
What contradictions of the model are there?
Oh, God. You can't see contradictions. You're that deep, Scott. You can't. Right, here we go. This is a point here. Contradictions. And when I say this, I'm not just talking to Scott. I'm in the room where there's a lot of people who hold a lot of contradictions. So I have to tread carefully within this, right? You don't want to expose too many people to too many contradictions. So I thought this was quite interesting. Please take note to these words. Can't
No,
see
but
what
you
a
don't have
contradiction
any.
is. People in here have seen it day after day.
No, they haven't. They think they have, and they really, really want to, but they haven't.
See, there you go. Convincing yourself. You have an ability to convince yourself that everyone else is the one with the problem, right? That's why you can sit in rooms like this. You can't sit in any other room because you do exactly the same in those rooms too. And they'll say, what's wrong with you, Scott? But in the flat earth rooms, you can get away with it. Your personality type is allowed in these rooms. In fact, I'd say it's needed by a model. You're needed because people can't say things, Scott. But people like you can. Without conscience.
Do you think you said something there?
Well, you might
You
not
really
have
do
heard
think
it.
you
In fact,
said
you
but
probably
that was
wouldn't
word
have heard
salad.
it.
It was word salad. It meant nothing. You understand? No, you don't understand that. Never mind.
Yeah, you don't understand.
Can anybody else? Can anybody else tell
Famous
me what Bev
Buster,
said just
shout
there?
out.
Can anybody else summarize what Bev just said?
He said that
I'm
you
just
come here for
curious. Is it
therapy,
just
Scott.
me?
This is the only
Is that
place
what
you
is
can
that what you said,
survive,
Bev? In so
Scott.
many words,
You can't
I can hear
communicate
for
with
therapy.
people. Can you, Scott? You find it difficult.
No, I don't. I communicate very easily with people.
Why are you here?
I've already told you, but this is the interesting thing. No matter how many times you'll just ask me again.
I point out.
Dude, can you
Scott.
tell Bev why I'm here? I know you heard me.
I actually didn't.
Oh, okay.
People tune out.
I wasn't
Scott.
listening then,
It's
Scott.
just bullshit.
All right, that's fine.
Guys, he collects worldviews. So you need to understand that you're basically a coin to him or a stamp. I'm just saying, he's collecting your worldview. You are basically just a coin to him or a stamp.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand
Does
you
he not
guys.
try and correct it? Does he not try and tell you you're wrong? Is he not a correctative worldview?
Well, I tell you wrong so I could watch how you react to it.
There you go.
And to
He's
see if it
actually
affects you
sticking
at
up
all.
for his worldview, right?
One of the less
Antagonistic, so he can get
combative
some
ones,
sort of
I
like it's
think.
like going to a psychiatrist. There you go. Scott, he likes to tell you you're wrong on anything just to see how you react. He knows nothing. He's always going to hand everything off to somebody else, but he likes to tell you you're wrong just to see your reaction. Sort of like a troll.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's pretending he's doing it, psychology. He's pretending he's some sort of an expert. He's got training in psychology. He's trolling, psychologically trolling people in rooms that he's obviously bigoted towards the people within it. Right? And then your psychiatrist sort of prodding you to watch what you do. Isn't it, Scott? That's the way you work it.
No.
No.
Kind of funny.
No, I mean,
That's the old times, Scott. Times are changing. You can tell it, can't you? Things are changing.
Most people, but most people assume that other people, when they are presented with good evidence, that they will change their mind. You guys don't.
Don't what?
Neither do you.
You've
That's
got
curious.
nothing to change my mind with, Scott.
I
You
know.
don't
I know
bring
you think that.
anything. So why would
I
I
know you think
possibly
that.
change my mind? But you don't even know what my mind is. Nobody does.
Yeah.
Nobody knows
I
what
know that. I
anybody
know
else's
that.
mind is. You can't assume that everybody else's minds work like yours. Everyone's an individual within the
But
mind.
the other thing that I
Scott.
find fascinating that I didn't know before is how many questions or how many things you are willing not to know.
How many
There's so many things
questions
you guys
you're
say, I don't
willing
know.
not
I don't
to
know. We
know.
can't know that. We can't know
That's
that. What's the
nonsense,
moon? We
Scott.
can't know. What's the sun? We can't know.
Nonsense, Scott.
How does optics work? We can't know.
How many questions you're willing not to know? Take that on. Just process it for a moment. How many questions you're willing not to know? Step 1. Ask yourself, do you know a question?
Which one?
Do you know a question?
Yes.
You could recite a question, but can you know a question? I think knowing would require some sort of a procedure of...
I know the question when the question is asked. So I know the question.
You can know, you can know the words of the question and you know the letters to place them in the form. But would you be not willing to know a question? I mean, I think that shows his mental state, right? That he doesn't want to know questions. He doesn't want to hear answers, but he doesn't even know the questions. Doesn't want to know the questions. It's terrible.
How far is the horizon?
Nobody
We can't
can know.
We're just being
Nobody, you
honest,
can't
Scott.
know.
Yeah.
Nobody
Being
can
honest,
know.
buddy. You can't be honest with yourself. That's the
interesting.
problem.
The number we associate with pi, can't know it.
The thing is, we do know.
We don't. Not the number
No,
we
I-
associate
we-
with
no,
pi,
no.
Scott. We don't.
Who cares about pi? It's like that's just madness, Bev. Why
Well,
you
that's
even
one
brought
of
up
the
pi?
most basic things that we
but this is
know we don't know.
This is the craziness of Bev right there. What the hell does pi have to do with anything? How did his mind go to pi?
If there was a creator, the
fascinating.
creator placed that there and said, "Don't try and associate numbers with this.
Maybe he's
Can't
hungry.
do it."
Okay, D-Dub, that was good.
Associate
This is
the
why I
straight
come here.
line and the curve.
Oh,
They're
boy,
not
that
the
was funny.
same. There's something about the relationship between the two that you cannot know.
No, I can. You might not be able to, but I can, and I do.
Wow, see, there's your illusions of
And
grandeur.
there are billions of people just like me who do know.
Go on then. What is pi when you associate it to a number?
Pi is just the relationship between the circumference and the diameter of a circle.
And when you associate
no
it with a
mystery to it.
number, what's the number?
It never ends. No mystery.
So you can't know it.
Who cares?
But you can know that you can't know it. It's a thing that you can know that you cannot know.
Yes, I know, but you
That's
guys
knowledge
take it.
of the unknown.
Oh my God.
So
Wow.
don't question how many of those things there are, because there's limitless. The question you should be asking
No,
yourself,
they're
Scott,
not.
is what
We can know what the moon is.
you know?
Yeah, and that's the question I've asked myself every day.
Yeah.
And there's a whole lot of things we can
what's
know
the answer?
that you guys are. To what?
Did you just say we
What
can
you
know what
can
the
know.
moon is?
Yes, we can know what the moon is.
How do you know what the moon is?
We can look at it and we can take measurements
Yeah,
of
but that's
it.
not
And
knowing.
Yeah, there you go. When
Yes, it is. Looking at the moon, we know what we see. So we have picture of moon, and we know picture of the moon. but we don't know what the moon is by looking at the moon. So he seems to not discern between picture of something and what the thing is. This is different, let's say, topic. Talking about substance of the thing and picture of the thing.
Always optics as well, every time. Optical. He knows the size of it because he can see it.
Yes, and he said that we know that how optics works, but he doesn't know how optics works.
No,
obviously.
but other people do, right?
Other people, yeah.
It gets, you could say it gets frustrating talking to people like this, but I mean, if you've ever been into any of these rooms, then you've talked to people like this. These are the people that stop the conversation. It's been going on for years. Never changes. And it won't change. Because for some reason, people like Scott are actually needed in these rooms. I personally think they're in the rooms because anybody that doesn't want to talk about the false dichotomy, the either side of the false dichotomy, can be shut down by people like this. These are the people that keep the on track, in with the false dichotomy, keep you all talking about the things that don't really matter. Just nonsense.
What do you mean? What do you mean by knowing? What do you think knowing is?
Well, you go there and check it out.
Knowledge.
Then you know what it is.
And so, how do you know what it is just because you went there?
That you know what it is.
Getting
Or you
into
say,
philosophical talks.
Or you get there and you do things and you go, oh, okay, I still don't know what it is.
What about it do you think we can't know?
Well, what about it do you think you can know?
It's a big rock in the sky.
Here's a chance
do you
for
know?
you, Scott. And everyone as well. Have you heard of epistemology?
Oh my fucking God.
Have you heard of the word epistemology?
Not only have I heard of it, I've taken 2 courses on it.
Okay, what's it mean? Tell everybody what it means.
It's a theory of knowledge. It's what do we mean when we say we know?
The study of how we know.
Incorrect.
Okay.
It's what do we mean when we say we know?
It is not study of knowledge, but how we, yes, precisely what you said.
Study of how we know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what I said. He said no. Do you want to know what he says? Because he's done 2 courses on it. Listen to what he says. Okay.
It's what do we mean when we say we know?
What do we mean when we say we know?
No.
That's what Scott says. He's done 2 courses on it. He wouldn't be making shit up and just saying any old shit because he's in a room of flat earthers. Yeah, he would actually. That's his entire purpose of being there. Just confuse the shit out of everybody.
Completely incorrect. Episteme, it is cognition. Or yes, so the fact that we cognite something. So epistemology is science about our cognition. So how we know, in which way we know things, because we know things according to our nature. For example, in comparison to animals, they cannot think, they have no intellect, so they know things without knowing substance of them, because they have no mind to process that. But our knowing is improved because we have mind, we have intellect. So we can connect things in our mind that animals cannot. So our knowledge is different from animals.
Yeah, my understanding of this from this whole thing comes from the divided line. Like I've learned so much from all of this stuff. I would never have known what epistemology is. It's a weird word. Any one of my friends or anyone in the family hear me saying that, they wouldn't have a clue what it is. They'd have to look it up. It wouldn't mean anything even when they did look it up. But since they're talking about how we know things and what we know, then yeah, you're going to bring this sort of stuff up. This is the land of the philosopher. How we know. In fact, that's the only people that are bothered about how we know. Is the philosopher. Who else is bothered about that? Do you reckon the psychology guy would be bothered about how we know? They deal within different sort of development of it. They wouldn't be bothered about how we know things, would they?
Yes, you shouldn't, because psychologist is worried about feelings, not thoughts. So this is not the field of his expertise, in fact.
Yeah, so I mean, I thank all of the people that are around here for joining us on this journey, right? Just because I've got the divided line still on the drawing board to the side of me here now. And it's got on it, yeah, epistemology, subject, the study of how we know. That's all I did, was just read that out. The conversation about how we know can go on for days. In fact, it'd never end, because it's different for everyone. And the study of the conversation about these sort of things, well, how do we know things? How do you learn? How does that information get gathered? And is it a knowing that you're placing within that box of how you know things? Or are you like Scott, who just imagines that you can look at something and imagine that you know it? Link the word to it with no understanding of how you know, or a comprehension of what knowing is. They're not easy to have these conversations either.
There are different levels of knowing. So, for example, if a very small child is looking at triangle, he can recognize the shape, but he doesn't know what triangle is. He doesn't know, let's say, the substance of triangle, the principle of triangle, but he still can, like an animal, can recognize shape. But that this is different from other shape. But animal cannot name that shape. The animal cannot give definition, because making definition, when you are making definition, you are using your intellect. So very small child cannot do that yet, but he will in the future. When abstractive thinking will improve, he will give, or he can, or he will understand the definition of triangle. But now, if he is very small child, he doesn't understand what triangle is, but still he can see triangle, and he can recognize that this is what I see is called triangle. But it doesn't mean that he understands what triangle is. But in fact, in our nature, when our mind is, let's say, developed by experience, then he will come to that definition. And this is how we know things as, let's say, adults, that we are using our mind and we can proceed with definitions and knowing substances of things. So this is how we know. So we know things really by knowing, and I mean understanding them using logic. So this is our way of knowing. So logic is our tool to know things.
Yeah,
I mean, human.
I don't think there's that much here with Scott. I think the
Yeah,
logic
yeah,
and reasoning seems to have changed. If if there's anything that I would say has changed in the last few years, it does seem that there's very little of this reasoning or ability to be able to communicate and reason at the same time, because sometimes you do need a little bit of help within the conversation to be able to clarify, to get you on the right track, right, to go in the same way. You have to communicate that with each other, and that's broken down. There's literally no communication.
Yeah, because, for example, nowadays people are learning that knowing things is associating them with other things. So it is just association. And this is a rather psychological process than logical. And people are trained in schools to associate things. And then we are taught, young people are taught that this association is thinking, which is not. But this is state of our education now, sadly.
Yeah, and I think it's going to get harder and harder for us to communicate. I know most of my audience is of a certain age, right? More mature, let's say. I'm not too sure how. I presume people like Scott, right, are also within the thing, or I mean, I don't know. There's people like Blue Marble, Nathan Oakley, QE. So there's all sorts of people within the more mature sort of thing, but it does seem like being able to communicate is a lost skill, particularly within people that are meant to be within a debate arena. Like this so-called arena that we're in is meant to be about truth, really. And if you can't communicate with each other and discuss things, then what's the point? How do you communicate truth when people are shutting you off from communicating and basically lying and slandering about you? Where's the truth in that? Like, what is going on? I know 2020 is a bit of a weird time for people, right? And it's been developing on, but now we're come to 2024 and I can't see any communication myself. I think it's all shut down. The only people that can communicate are the ones that are doing deals, and they're doing deals for money, purposely keeping other people out of it, because I don't know, their conversation might make the money flow go down a bit if people were to find out what shitbags these people actually are. So they'll keep it quiet, stop communication. The
theory of
meaning
knowledge.
of sayings.
No, it's what do we mean when we say we know?
Okay.
If I say,
what do we mean when we say we know? He thinks that's epistemology.
No, it is not. He's wrong.
Crazy.
Wrong.
Well, I heard another one. There's a guy, right? And it goes along with this type thing where they're... what do we mean when we say we know? Puts it to the individual, and what the individual says he means, or she, when they say we know. Right? It's down to the individual again. That, like, redefining knowledge to be distinct to the individual.
Yeah. but theory of cognition, which is epistemology, it's why we know. So it means the process, that we understand the process that gives us knowledge. This is epistemology, and this is one theory, let's say, for all humankind. It is not subjective to individuals. Let's say that Bev has different theory of cognition, and I have different, and everyone has different. No, it is one theory of cognition. So it refers to species, our human species. And so it is one, and it's not about subjective feelings about why I think that I know or whatever. It is not about that. He's completely wrong.
The study of how we know, right?
Well, you're wrong.
Okay, so you're just going down into what you say when you say you know, not the actual study of how we know the things. Just what you say when you say you know, or when somebody else says when they say they know.
Yes, exactly. What do we mean when we say we know?
Like he's repeating it again.
Yeah,
what do we mean when we say we know? I mean, it's down to the personal, individual meaning. That's crazy.
He doesn't recognize that he's completely wrong, or maybe he's doing this for purpose.
But he's individualized it, hasn't he? It's a narcissistic way of doing this, I think. Because nobody can argue with you when you're talking about what you mean when you say you know.
Yes, this is like talking about proofs. It doesn't matter what proof is. It only matters what proof is for me. So that would be end of conversation about proofs.
Yeah, or what it would also do, it gives them the ability, like Nathan Oakley and QE and all of that, where they want you to define what you mean when you say you know, right? It's all on you then. You have to define it, what you do.
Yes, exactly. And this is a defined thing already. So, and it refers to everybody, basically. So you cannot make this subjective, which is objective already.
Yeah, you can't just jump on people for these sort of things. You know, like, what do you mean when you say, and give me a definition and do, you know.
Yeah, it's like asking, for example, what do you, when you say triangle, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Exactly what do you, specifically you, only you. This is just nonsense. This is not just a personal idea of triangle, which is different from other ideas of people. No, the idea of triangle is one for all. This is just like asking, is that true that for you 2 + 2 = 4? Okay, but it is just subjective. It's not objective. So can you explain why you think that 2 + 2 = 4? It's just nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of thing that you get in nowadays in these rooms. I've heard it too many times recently, and I think it's just sort of I don't know who teaches who, but I guess they are allowing this sort of stuff now because Scott's getting. Go on then, you tell us.
What is justified true belief? And most epistemologists, most philosophers go with the correspondence theory of truth, which means that if I...
You want to hear that again?
Correspondence theory, what?
This is what I ask him. I say, go on then, you go. Go on then, you tell us.
What is justified true belief?
Justified true belief. is knowledge.
No.
To him, what he means by when he knows is a justified true belief.
No.
Yeah.
Justified true belief is called moral certitude. He's completely missing the point.
Well, that's what he's placed as knowledge. It's what he means when he says he knows. It means he has a justified true belief. A belief.
No, he's so yes, he's wrong because we
No,
can't believe.
he can't be wrong. Like, he's literally telling you what he means when he says he knows, and he's telling you it's a belief. It's not.
Yes,
it's not a
but-
knowledge. It's just a belief. But that's what he means when he says about knowledge and knowing.
Yes, but okay, we can still have believe. We can believe that we know. That's a true statement. But this is just our thinking about our thinking. So it is not justified.
To him,
Because,
it's justifying it as a true
yes,
belief.
He is.
That's
This is my objection. That because I disagree with his description that this is justified.
But no, I don't think
it
you
is
can.
not-
I don't think you can disagree. What you just have to take on is that this guy is sitting in these rooms telling people that they're wrong when he doesn't actually know anything. He passes stuff off to experts for everything. It doesn't really matter. But when he says he knows, he just has a belief in the place of knowing. So his framework is about as weak as you could ever be. There's nothing there.
Yes, and by the way, a question arises, of course, in his statement, because he said that this is justified belief. So my question would be, immediate question would be, justified by what?
Yeah,
what justifies his belief to be true?
You want to hear it though? I'll go over this bit, right? We'll go over it and listen to this.
Yes, exactly. What do we mean when we say we know?
Go on then, you tell us.
What is justified true belief? And most epistemologists, most philosophers go with a correspondence theory of truth, which means that if I say there's milk in it, which is basically when the proposition corresponds with reality.
Stick to your
So if I say,
you're saying a justified belief is knowing.
That's what we mean when we say we know.
That's what
when we say we know, we are saying we have a justified true belief.
We're just talking about you right now because we
No,
studied
we're not.
before. No,
No,
you said
are. I'm
it
not.
was what you say you mean when we say we know, right? So we're going with you at the minute.
Nope, that's not
the
what I
study.
said.
The epistemology.
That's not what I said.
What? Come on.
I'm not gonna play your game where you restate what I said incorrectly and argue it.
You
Stop
said
doing that, Beth.
Well, I bet it's recorded. Is it being recorded?
Go ahead. Yeah, go find it.
So it will. Right. So I think we will go back and review that because he changed it to that's what we mean, and it's like no. He changed it from him to we. So we'll just go back and listen to that again. Go on then, you tell us.
What is justified true belief? And most epistemologists, most philosophers go with a correspondence theory of truth, which means that if I say there's milk in it, which is basically when the proposition corresponds with reality.
Stick to your
So if I say
you're saying a justified belief is knowing.
That's what we mean when we say we know.
That's what we mean. Look, that was a clever little shift, that wasn't it? Clever.
But he was saying about this correspondence, whatever. It contradicts what he was saying about this believing in knowing. It is contradictory still because Of course, he's somehow maybe referring to Aristotelian definition of truth, but it is correspondence between what we think and what we see. So this proportion between our thinking and our information from senses, it is truth, but he's talking about truth, not about knowing. This is different things, truth and knowing. So he's confusing two different things. Because he's trying to give definition of truth, and then he's saying that that this thinking is our belief. No, it is not. It's complete mess what he's saying. Complete garbage.
Notice Cheswick's in the chat. Yeah, anytime, Cheswick, come on in. As you probably know, I've had my run-ins. I think everybody has with Fight the Flat Earth, but me particularly because he's the one that brought me into this. So, yeah, I've got a few choice little clips as well, Cheswick. So, yeah, please, come on in. That'd be great. Have a good chat anytime as well. We've got some stuff to go over. Yeah, it'd be good to have a chat anyway. If you've got Discord, just pop on in. It's not that bad. In fact, I think it's pretty good for sharing screens and stuff. It'd be better if you can get into Discord, because there's a lot of people that are already in here, you know. Come and meet the crew. Yeah, come on in anytime.
When we say we know, we are saying we have a justified true belief.
We're just talking about you right now, because we
No,
studied
we're not.
before. No,
No,
you
you
said
are. I'm
it
not.
was what you say you mean when we say we know, right? So we're going with you at the minute.
Nope, that's not
the
what I
study.
said.
The
That's not what I
epistemology.
said.
What? Come on.
I'm not gonna play your game where you restate what I said incorrectly and argue it.
You
I'm
said
not doing that, Beth.
Well, I bet it was recorded. Is it being recorded?
Go ahead. Yeah, go look. Go find it.
So it will be able to check back just to make sure.
Yeah,
that
go
whether
ahead.
Scott was
Go take your
changing
time.
the words or
Take
whatever. You said
take your time.
A justified true belief.
Yes,
That's knowing.
that's what we mean when we say we know.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
he means, though.
So,
He didn't
talk
say
to me.
that's what knowledge is. He just says that's what he means when he
Oh,
says. we
Beth,
know.
shut the fuck up for just 5
To me,
seconds, man.
to me, knowing is knowledge, which is verification.
How is that different from a justified true belief?
Because a belief is classified as faith without evidence. Yeah?
According to who?
No proof. You can have no proof for a belief or a faith.
Yeah, beliefs are not the proof part. That's the justification part.
The proof would be the knowing, right? If you were to obtain a proof for that, whatever it is, then you would know.
Three legs. Three legs of knowledge. One is belief, which is independent of justification. One is justification, which is independent of belief. Well, and truth, which are independent of both of those. All those.
Did you get that? They're all independent. 3 legs.
Independent belief?
Yeah.
I
Belief
don't
is
think so.
independent from justification, and justification and belief are independent from truth, which is crazy. I don't know what he's doing.
So how he can mix justification with belief if they are independent? So it is just nonsense what he's saying. That was my question. It is justified by what? So
Well, it's justified by Scott, right? That's all he's got to do, really, is just justify it to himself. Because that's all we're dealing with here. He's not bothered about anybody else. He's talking about it, you know, like that's what we mean when we say. But he's not talking about we, he's talking about himself.
Yes, he's using this general we or general you or whatever, but it is not general, in fact.
Things are independent of each other.
You just used the word belief in knowledge, but you said your definition of belief was what was it again?
Belief is a state of mind.
Independent of what? What did you say?
Of both justification and the truth.
Independent of justification and the truth. That was belief.
Yes.
But then you use belief in knowledge.
Well, just
as well.
Before we go any further,
but belief is part of knowledge.
Scott,
it's one of the three legs of knowledge.
Like, look, let's just have a little bit to let everybody hear. I would say the proof part is when you take all of that evidence and experience and stuff, you place an argument form together within a syllogism. You say, if I do this, then this happens. And what we do is we end up with the conclusion. The conclusion comports with all of that knowledge that we had before. There's no contradictions. At that point, you could grab that thing that you've just done, tested in reality, it comported with the mind, and you can place it in an area called proof. That is something that you know, right? I'm asking you, how many of those things do you actually have that you can work with, Scott?
That's one of the millions of things that I know. Yes.
That's no. I see, because I have a few things that I do actually know, and I can put in that little basket because of the journey
got millions
I've
of things
been on.
that I actually know. I can go on forever of things that I know.
Right. Well, I can take you through the foundations to lead you up to those sort of things, but I don't think
I don't need you to do that.
Yeah, and I think you have a contradictory mind, broken mind.
I know you think that,
mind.
And I know you think that, but you're wrong.
Do you think you could show? You're wrong. That's Scott.
Yeah, again.
That's Scott. You're just wrong.
This is just self-defense. So just reaction.
Show me that I am wrong, or do you want to just believe
I'm
wrong?
How would you demonstrate that I have a broken mind?
By showing that you hold contradictions.
Okay, show me a contradiction that I hold.
What about if I were to say a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference?
Reference to what?
It establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
To what? Reference to what?
The water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, Scott.
See, this is why I come here. To experience people like you who I've never meet in real life, who don't understand that reference has to be to something else. Your mind is so fractured.
He's so wrong
because
I know. This plane is reference.
The reference, yeah. You establish the reference with the
plane
tool.
Is not reference to anything else. It is reference from which we are doing something.
Yes.
So it is reference.
But you can see what Scott does in these rooms. It's not that, he doesn't understand. It's the fact that he's vocal and he can say those things because normal people wouldn't be able to question that. Right? To normal people, that would be ridiculous. Yet, what would they be doing in that room if Scott wasn't doing this?
Yes, but he is ridiculing himself.
Well, he doesn't think so. And the 24/7 guys don't treat him as though he is. So he's reinforcing his own beliefs in that room. Nobody else is telling him anything. The only person there conversing with him and questioning him, really, is me. Me and some other guy, I don't know. But everybody else, Scott will be able to convince himself that, you know, he was talking to Bev. Everybody says that Bev's toxic, horrible, you know, doesn't know anything. So, you know, Scott can just add me to that list and claim victory. In his mind, I'm pretty sure he does.
That you don't even get that simple point. You have to be referenced to something.
It's a plane, Scott. Right?
Reference to what? Horizontal to what?
So you start with 2 points, right? Neither one's higher
Yes.
than the other.
Yes.
Okay. No slope. Okay.
And what is that horizontal to?
It's not horizontal to anything. It's just horizontal.
It is the reference. That's the reference you establish.
Okay. Would your horizontals, by definition, need to be perpendicular to your verticals?
Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, yeah.
So if that, so if it turned out that when you looked at your water level and you found out that the endpoints, the verticals at those endpoints were not perpendicular to that line you just drew, what do you conclude?
You know, these is those rare moments, right? It's a shame that there's only 20 odd people listening at the minute. But I mean, would you ever imagine you could have a conversation with somebody and you could get them to say that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular?
Yes, but only at the ends of this water level.
But not just at the ends. Like, oh no. We've got them. We've took them down a path now, and this is anybody that's listening now, right? This is where they're at. Listen to this. This is some proper globe shit. This is 2024. You've done something wrong.
And after you've checked all of your measurements and you can't find an error in them, what do you conclude?
That you're going mad.
Okay, so there's no possible way that you can falsify your assumption. That
remember, we're
is
talking about
unscientific.
contradictions that you hold, Scott, right?
But I just point out the contradiction that you hold.
But it's not a contradiction
Strange how
to
that
know
works,
that
huh?
vertical
It
and
is.
horizontal are perpendicular.
Yes, but your understanding of the world will not match your measurement of the world if you went and tried to do it.
What, the
Which is
vertical
what
and horizontal are
what's
perpendicular?
yes, your verticals will not be perpendicular to that horizontal. The only vertical that will be perpendicular to that horizontal line, or that line that you're calling horizontal, will be the vertical in the dead center of it. That is the only place that will be perpendicular to it. That's just a fact of reality.
All perpendiculars to that thing will be parallel, though, geometrically. It's a
All
straight line.
all perpendiculars will be parallel, but none of them will be vertical.
None of them? To a
No,
horizontal?
one in the middle. The one in the middle will be vertical, but none of the others.
Cheswick, Miss Cheswick, I'll give you the role. You should
Hello?
be able to see it. There's a thing that says the symposium on the left-hand side. I've got it there on the screen, my little thing. Click on that, and you should be...
The symposium.
There you go.
Right, I clicked on your name, I think, yeah.
Yeah, you're in. You're in, lad. You're in.
Yeah.
Well done.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Nice one. Yep. Thank you, man. How's it going then?
Sound?
Yeah, cool.
It's good to...
I seen the...
Good to hear a familiar voice.
Yeah, man. Well, I seen the little review, like you done, of what I was talking about kind of last night, and just thought it.
Yeah.
You basically got it right, but what it kind of was that me and Craig, like, I've had this back and forth for like years, if you know what I mean. And to me, it's always been like banter, if you know what I mean. Like, you know, I'm just taking the piss out of his ideas rather than him, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, I put out all that stupid kind of stuff, if you know what I mean. It's meant for a certain kind of audience, if you know what I mean. So you've got to sort of understand what I'm talking about before you can sort of think, like, what the fuck's this, if you know what I mean.
Well, you came across as a good guy, right? Because you obviously you got pissed off, you struck him, but you gave it him back. That shows some compassion, right?
Yeah. Well, see, like, you know, I don't want to, like, cause any kind of real world consequences off it all, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Because to me, it's always been about, like, globe versus flat on this thing called YouTube, which to me, it's not the real world, if you know what I mean. It's like the real world different. Like, so I kind of see it from, like, from more of an artistic kind of perspective, where there's this kind of, like, fucking play being carried out in front of my eyes, if you know what I mean. So I'm sitting there taking my little notes of, like, you know, these are doing that and that's doing that, and so I kind of see it as more of myself as an observer rather than being involved in it. Does that make any kind of sense, if you know what I mean? So that's my perspective. So I don't really want to get involved in, like, arguments with, like, you know, this guy's that or that guy's that, or, you know, or what, I'm not speaking to him because he doesn't agree about this. It's never been about that for me personally. It's just about me trying to work out what the fuck is going on in this world, if you know what I mean. So I kind of see it from an artistic perspective, because honestly, I've got to be truthful. A lot of the time, half the time, I don't even know what the fuck most people are talking about when it comes to, like, the advanced kind of maths and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, whoa, this is like way above my kind of league, if you know what I mean. So that's my perspective on the whole thing, if you know what I mean. Overall, it's like, I don't want to get involved in these big, long, drawn-out discussions about complex things, because to me, it's very, very simple, if you know what I mean.
You wouldn't believe how simple we've made it here.
Yeah.
Right? Literally.
Well, but I've still got to be honest, like, when you talk about angles and all this, I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't, yeah, like, we're not interested in any of that sort of stuff, right?
Oh no, it's important, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, not tonight, right? This is model affliction, right? We talk about these sort of things. I've had discussions with Fight the Flat Earth, right? I've been on the discussions. Yeah. I've been talking to him on Twitter for years, and like I say, he brought me into this because he called me a child abuser publicly.
Yeah, well, he's fucking slandered everybody, hasn't he? Pretty much, if you know what I mean. But the thing I was pissed off with about is that journalism was kind of broadcast. And I was thinking, well, come on, lad, don't like let him say something like that about someone, like tried to or threatened to kill him and, like, slagged off his wife and kids at me, because I'm thinking it's fucking out of order, if you know what I mean. But, like, you know, I'm not saying that I didn't call him up and words weren't exchanged, if you know what I mean. That was true, but there's no way that I said that, if you know what I mean. So what he's done is he's kind of took an event that happened and then just blown it up to how he's kind of seen it.
Yeah, I know. That's what they do, right? They'll always make themselves the victim, no matter what it is they've done. Like,
yeah, pretty much. Like, but then, I kind of, as I say, I don't want real world consequences to come over that, because I mean, like, you know, I'd feel terrible if his wife and kids, like, got deprived of what it is, if you know what I mean. Even though I don't agree with fucking all of the shit, if you know what I mean. It's not about that for me. It's about this kind of, like, you know, as you call it, the arena. So I kind of sit there and just observe it, and then, you know, like, make this kind of song or this stupid kind of video that tells a story that happened, if you know what I mean. So it's a, like, as a writer and an artist, like, it's the greatest story ever, if you know what I mean.
Hey, I'm still here myself, right? I love this arena. Not a flat earther, never have been a flat earther, but Fight the Flat Earth was one of the ones that labelled me, right? He's a flat earth fighter. And the way he called me a child abuser put me on the flat earth thing, but I'm not a flat earther. Like, he literally got upset because I said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Which is what a 5-year-old child can understand, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Crazy,
there's like in the chat there, right? There's two messages. One from Radical Unhollowed Knight, who's still around making videos. It says Craig is on a crusade to call Bev try thinking out for indoctrinating his kid. Right? And then underneath there's a message from his Discord when we were allowed to go there that he's talking to me. He says, sue me. I'll stand true to this. You are a child abuser. I'll end up getting your kids taken from you. You aren't fit to be a parent. You disgust me. So that's the sort of what I've had as an experience with Fight the Flat Earth. And obviously him publicly calling me that on his channel, right? Not only him, a lot of all of the other people. And he still does it, right? He got a hate speech strike on X about 2 months ago for doing the same thing, calling me a child abuser.
All right, okay, yeah, I see.
So he's not changed.
Yeah, well, like, he's kind of well known in the arena for that kind of shit, isn't he?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, right? You were calling Jaren for letting him do that, and
curious.
I want to call Jaren
I was
for
curious
saying,
as to
why is he letting him? Like, because no doubt, Fight the Flat Earth would call Jaren a child abuser.
Probably.
And they've got a nice relationship,
I'd imagine. Yeah, and then make super chats off the back of it.
Yeah.
Too, if you know what I mean. It's just fucking nuts, isn't it? You know what I mean? So that's how I kind of see it. I kind of see it as like this fucking thing that's going on is mental, you know what I mean? But there's people on the outside of it, you know what I mean, who are kind of saying the same thing. But right at the same time, like, I appreciate the work that everybody does, if you know what I mean. Like, everybody does like their own thing in their own kind of way.
Everybody's just getting on, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. But like, we can't seem to fucking agree on the things that we disagree on, if you know what I mean. And it just causes like a whole load of needless bullshit, if you know what I mean, that we don't really need to be talking about, if you know what I mean. Like, let's just keep it real simple so that everybody can understand it. And if you can't understand it, then get the fuck out, if you know what I mean. So it's kind of like the way that Dell talks about the Rise and Internet, right? Now, I've said, look, sorry guys, look, I'm not understanding this because I don't want to bullshit and then pretend that I do when I don't, if you know what I mean. So there's a lot of things that I don't understand, you know what I mean? But the simple, very simple things that I do understand is what makes me question the globe, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So you can keep it as simple as that. So that's what I try and do. I say, look, I've got these simple core questions that if these can't be answered, then, like, you know, I don't really want to move forward until these questions that I've got have been answered, because there's no point to be getting lost in a whole load of other discussions that I'm not understanding, if you know what I mean. So I need to understand.
See the point in talking about it, to be honest, because like you already know what you're doing, right? You know what your reality is, and like the discussions just, I don't know, ridiculous, because you're talking to people who are model afflicted.
The discussions are, the discussions are good if you're understanding what the discussions are, if you know what I mean. But I'm saying, for me personally, like, you know, a lot of what you guys talk about, I don't understand because I kind of skipped all that in school, if you know what I mean. And so, like, before flat earth, like, maths, science, I was like, oh, forget all that shit, man, you know what I mean? Let's, like, go out and have a few pints kind of thing, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, but now that I've came in,
we were all like that.
Yeah. So now that I've came into it, I'm kind of playing catch up, if you know what I mean. Thinking like, so I've basically got to pause the video and what the fuck does that mean? Equilateral. Do you know what I mean? So that's the kind of level I'm at. But what I'm saying is I've got fundamental, basic, core understandings of what my reality is. And that's what I try and stick to, is that the shit that I know. You know what I mean? And no one can take that away from you.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with at the minute. Like, once you know something, then at least you've got something that's there, that's solid, right? You can know it for yourself.
Yeah.
Most of the people in these arenas, they haven't got that.
Yeah,
They've got
well,
nothing
that's why
to, like, they ask for proof, but they don't have proof. So they don't even know what it is that they're going to receive. That there's nothing there to build a framework upon.
Well, that's it. Like, you can't, like, prove a lie, if you know what I mean. So that's probably why, isn't it? Is that what? So what I can't observe is going on is that there's this, like, sort of kind of, I don't really want to call it awakening, but I'd say more of like a revolution, like a conscious revolution, if you know what I mean. And there's forces in play trying to crush that, if you know what I mean. But I'd say it's probably always been that way. You know what I mean? It's just that now with the advancements of the internet and technology and all that, it's much harder for the powers that be or the ruling classes or whoever fucking runs this place. I don't know. You know what I mean? But it's probably harder for them to try and keep it in place. So I'm sort of paying attention to that as well, if you know what I mean. Like I can guarantee you, within this whole thing, there's a huge military operation. Guarantee you, it's like, because if you think about it logically, how would they not be involved if what we're saying is true? Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's why what we deal with is the most basic. Like, nobody can really flat earthers and globe earthers will have a go at us, but you can't fault anything we say because it's fundamental. Yeah, you'll get upset about it, but I mean, tough shit. Literally, we're talking to a guy there who denying that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, and he thinks he's on the side of the truth.
Here's where it's going to sound mad, right? I don't even know what perpendicular means. I understand the horizontal and vertical, but to me, I don't even know what perpendicular means. But
well, you know the relationship of the two, like right angles.
No, honestly, I skipped all that in school. Is like, which is kind of what I'm saying. How simple I approach this whole thing.
Right.
If you know what I mean? Is
sometime, please come back in, right, in a quiet time, and come in and let's just have a chat. Not recorded or anything, and I promise you, you'll come out of it better. Promise you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's like kind of what I'm saying. Like, you know, I feel as if I'm playing catch up all the time because I'm thinking like this is like, you know, what yourself, Nathan, Dell, all these kind of people talk about. For me, it's like, whoa, what the hell? Pause the video there. What the hell does that mean? So that's my kind of level. But also as well, at the same time, I can guarantee you, right? I'm just a normal guy on the street. So what I'm saying is that if you want normal, everyday people to understand all this shit, you've got to simplify it. I mean, you've got to make it really simple and then sell it to them. You know what I mean? It's got to be sold. Like, here is the package. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Okay, I get it now. You know what I mean? Don't overcomplicate it. You know what I mean? Just keep it simple and sell it. That's it. That's all
Tim,
we have to do.
Hey, Mr. Cheswick, if you don't mind, I'll give you a bit of advice. So you can't sell the truth, brother.
Yeah.
It is just to be known.
Not for sale.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, yeah. Well, no, but like,
anything that you pay for is entertainment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I kind of mean it more in like you know, tell them it, if you know what I mean. So get it packaged, nice and simple, and then, or you know, or a gift. Yeah, so gift it to them, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
We've been trying to do that.
Yeah.
But it's only ever gifted by the people that pick up the gift, right?
Exactly. And then sometimes the people say, "Whoa, I'm gonna say I don't want that. Get that out my bleeding house."
More than often, yes. That's the response.
Pretty much.
But that occurs from Nathan Oakley and Blue Marble Science and Rumpus the same. But it's no difference. Fight the Flat Earth's keeping away because he can't handle it. He can't handle the truth, the honesty, the simplicity.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, and that's how I approach it, which is why I say, like, to people, if you mean, just like understand it, like a child can understand it, and then it's so much more easier to move forward. And the guys who were talking about the advanced stuff, all the angles to the sun and the stars and all, like whatever, like fucking gravity, all that shit. You know what I mean? That's like, that for me is a separate conversation, if you know what I mean. That's like, that's next level. But first things first, it's like, you know, right, I can put it from a musical perspective. So when you're first starting out to play the guitar, it seems impossible and you're never going to be able to do it. But if you approach it in like a simple kind of way, then eventually over time you'll pick it up, if you know what I mean, and you'll get better and better and better at it. So I kind of approach the truth like that, if you know what I mean. I came into it like, you know, I was probably a fucking idiot, just coming about slagging off people without any kind of evidence, and I've kind of apologised to those people for that, and I feel bad about it. You know what I mean? For slandering people myself when, like, you know, I had no grounds to be saying the things I was kind of saying. So I have apologised to those people in the past, and you know, those people include like Ant, Roxanne, and people like that. You know what I mean? Who I know that some people might not think is good or whatever, but that's beyond anything to do with me. Yeah. Like, you know, so I've been for a pint with Ant.
Yeah, he's a twat.
See, well, I've been with a pint for a pint with the guy like a couple of times when he came up to Liverpool, and to me, he seems sound. You know what I mean? So I've got to base my understanding of him like that. Like, I can't let like people who I don't know on the internet influence like my own personal experience with him. He seemed sound to me. You know what I mean? So
yeah, well, he's done some nasty stuff over here, so you know.
Yeah, well, then,
it's not unfounded, right? I do know him.
Yeah.
He has been round here, and again, I've met him myself. Met him.
Yeah.
I met him on the canal where we did the
test.
Well,
yeah, so I'm just kind of talking in like general, if you know what I mean. So some of the people that I've met online, I've slagged off online. I've met them personally, and then I've said, guys, I was out of order there. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have said that. You know what I mean? Because
that's humble of you. I like that.
Well, I think it's the right thing to do. If you know what I mean, as a person, because like, regardless if fucking Craig or Simon Dan or whoever believes that, right? I don't care what they believe. They're entitled to believe it. I mean, but my kind of gripe with the whole flat earth thing is that they're saying you're not allowed to believe that, you're not allowed to say that. Now, I never say that to anyone. Like, you know, if a guy's a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew or he believes this or that, like, that's not to do with me. That's not my concern, if you know what I mean. That's like down to that person and his own personal understanding of the world. So my own personal understanding.
Is that? Like in this, in whatever we're talking about here, in all of these rooms, there's no experts. This conversation is generated within these rooms by the people, and the future of the conversation is whatever the people make it. And the flat earthers at the minute and the globe earthers are making it a shit show.
Yeah, definitely, mate. It's. And see, I think the problem with it all, right, is everything's been monetized now, and like money has surely got to get away in the. Money has surely got to get in the way of the truth, if you know what I mean. So, like, I don't really like that. But if that's what people do, then cool. I haven't got a problem with it. That's their thing, if you know what I mean. As long as like the truth isn't going to interfere with it, but I believe it will. But you know, I'm sure there's people out there who still think that they can. You know what I mean? But I'm sure if a £2 million check came your way, you'd find it hard, if you know what I mean. So I don't know. It's all used, if you know what I mean.
Well, I think there's a lot of stuff within this scripted, particularly within the Flat Earth Society side of it, because let's face it, it's stale as fuck, and the globe needs the flat Earth. Otherwise, if there was no flat Earth, the globers wouldn't know what to talk about. They'd be arguing against each other because they've all got their own fucking globe models. They're all different.
And their own, like, and their own versions of like gravity and what this does and
because
what that
it's
does.
contradictory. The entire model is contradictory, and if it's contradictory, then one person has one side and somebody else has the other side, and you get them together and they'll argue about their own model.
Yep, definitely.
So put the flat earthers there and they stop having to do that. They can all just focus on the flat earthers, and that's what the flat earth is there for. Because you go into any room, flat earthers are talking about the globe model. And then the globe guys can say, that's not what we think our model is, to the flat earthers.
Yeah, so it's just a pointless, endless round and round
circular.
so-called debate.
Circular about nothing, right? And they've forgotten that in somewhere there is a reality where there are proofs. Where things actually can be proved.
Well, like, can I tell you where, like, I just kind of stand, right? I still question how the hell I came out of my dad's balls into my mum's womb. Came out of my mum's womb. I'm sitting here talking to you now, if you know what I mean. I'm still trying to get my head around that. Do you know what I mean? So that's my perspective on the world. If you know what I mean, it's like, wow, isn't this place amazing that we're all born into? What the fuck are we all arguing about? Fucking this and that. It's like, can't we just appreciate like what it is that we've actually got? If you know what I mean?
I think as people get older, most of my audience are of this age as well. Like, once you get older, then everybody becomes a philosopher. You start to question things and look into things that you perhaps didn't even look at when you were a kid, because you were, getting on with your life. You were running along that path that was being led for you, and it's frantic trying to survive. But you get to a certain age, you can calm down and give you more chance to think about stuff, and then you you start thinking about all sorts of stuff. Like within this arena, wow, like when you first come into it, it's madness. But once you've been in it for a bit, you start to see that there's not much real in it. Right? There's not much real shit around.
Well, there is. Right, I'll tell you what's real is the people. The people are real, if you know what I mean. Now, whether, my belief, right, is that this whole entire thing, it's heavily infiltrated by the military, you know what I mean? So the military control it all, if you know what I mean.
There's a lot of military personnel around here.
Yeah.
I found.
Well, that's kind of what you'd expect if what we're saying is true, if you know what I mean. Because just picture, for the sake of arguments, that the Earth really is flat. So if they're trying to tell it's a globe, then you'd think, shit, fucking, let's put all our effort into that, which is kind of what they're doing with all the censorship on YouTube and all this kind of shit and the censorship online. So you can kind of see it, if you know what I mean. So for me, it's really easy to understand. And then I kind of accept the fact that the things I say are going to be kind of monitored and recorded. So I've sort of accepted that. So once I can accept it, I can deal with it, move on, if you know what I mean, and say, right, okay, that's what it is. There's this fucking whole operation in place. I've been born into a system of control, if you know what I mean, when really I should have been born into a world of like war and of like awe and wonder, if you know what I mean, which it really is, but they don't want you to focus on the awe and the wonder and the amazing thing of being born. Just think about it. You came out of your dad's balls. Do you know what I'm saying? And we're sitting here now. It's like, is that alone not the greatest story you've ever heard? So that's my perspective. Do you know what I mean?
I think that's what everybody's trying to do, isn't it? Like, once you get to a certain point, you're trying to work all of those things out, but sometimes there just aren't answers. So,
well, that's it, right? So what I'm saying is, it becomes a world of wonder then. So it's like, ooh, I wonder if it's this. Ooh, I wonder if it's that. Ooh, it could be this. You know what I mean? So you kind of get like led down those kind of avenues then, but you've got to bring yourself back into reality and say, yeah, okay, could be that, could be this. At the end of the day, I haven't got a fucking clue, you know what I mean? But what I do know is the things that I know, and that's just my own personal experience and me senses that I was born with, that I've guaranteed to make me cross the road in the morning or drive a car or Do you know what I mean? So those are the things that I know. You know what I mean? Now, when it starts getting into the advanced stuff of how and why, then it's like that's beyond my kind of level. You know what I mean? But I know my own personal experience, and that's really all I can speak from. And it's basically like, ask a child, and I don't think mine would be much different from a child's. You know what I mean? Because I still try and retain that innocent kind of fucking way of seeing the world, if you know what I mean. Because once you become like an adult, then it's going to grind you down with all the adult bullshit that goes with it. You know what I mean? So, like, if we all seen the world through a child's eyes, the world would be a better place. If you know what I mean?
Introduce you to epoche. It's where you release dogma. You're probably halfway there already, right? The things that you just get told that you don't really know, but you just get told it, and they say, put this as a truth. You're standing on the shadows of the giants. Sorry. You're standing on the shoulders of giants here, right? Put this in the truth basket. Epoche is getting rid of that. Just you only need to know what you know. The rest of the stuff can go in this place called epoche, where
could be.
Yeah, it doesn't
Maybe
really
pile.
matter. Like it makes you a freer, right? To just get rid of all of that stuff.
Well, that's it. Like we're kind of like it's pressured on you like every day from the day you're born till the day you die. If you know what I mean, like that thing, like that. I can't even put a word on it. It's like a collective will or something like that. You know what I mean? So the closest way I can describe it was like, if you're born into a cult and then you kind of realize it and you leave the cult. You know what I mean? That's the closest way that I could ever describe what it is. I was thinking, whoa, what the fuck was that I was born into? I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I can remember this sort of point, like when I was in the realization sort of thing. Once you realize that there is a proof and you can hold the proof, and this is like an awakening, a rebirth, if you will. And like you said earlier, looking through the child's eyes, I think that's what this gives you the ability to do. You can go back and literally be that child again. Like you can just get rid of all of that dogma and start with what you actually know. And then sometimes it can be a fucking frightening thing, because you might realize that you don't actually know anything. There's nothing there.
That's it. Yeah.
That's scary as fuck.
Well, no, for me, it's like, it's kind of exciting. If you know what I mean?
Well, I understand.
Like, what could it be? Like, so it could be this, it could be that. So for me, it's like, it's a world of wonder. Do you know what I mean?
But if you can't make that step, right, that as a lot of people won't be able to, because they're stuck with a model. They don't have the ability to get to that place where you are.
Well,
that's got to be scary for them, hasn't it? So, like, you coming from the position you're at is scary as fuck for them.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I can guarantee you, once you get there, it's the most amazing place ever, because now you say, okay, then, right, I sort of accept it's not a globe. But now I'm thinking, well, what the hell is it then? I haven't got a fucking clue, you know what I mean? And then you're speaking to people like yourself, and then I'm sort of saying to you, well, do you kind of know what it is? And you're going, well, I've got my ideas, but no, I haven't got a fucking clue either. So
it's you can just, like, as long as you don't take that flat on, right? Because it's not a one or the other. That's the problem, right? They put you in this false dichotomy where you forget about reality.
Yep. So would you say that, like, level is a better explanation than, like, when you talk to people about it?
I just say it's reality.
Guy in the pub.
My whole point, right? The reason I'm here is because I said to fight the flat Earth, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and that was because I realized early on that it is literally all about the straight line.
Yeah,
there's nothing else. that you need. Once you know, you have the ability to prove that straight line in reality, then you've got everything that you need.
Well, that to me is common sense. You know what I mean? It's basic. Like you're sort of explaining it. I can go, right, okay, I can kind of understand what he's saying. But not only can you explain it to me, you can demonstrate it to me. So I go, oh yeah, he's right. You know what I mean? So that to me is perfect. Makes sense. That is a part of my reality. Level is fucking level. It's not like fucking bending around the ball. If you know what I mean? It's so that to me is perfect logical sense. Now, for someone to come along and say, "I'm going to say that's wrong," then I'm sort of going to turn around to that guy and say, "Oh, okay, then it's wrong. Can you explain to me why it's wrong?" And then he'll explain it, and then I'll say, "Okay, then can you show me why it's wrong?" But he can't show me.
Yeah,
all he can do is
the
explain
problem
it.
is, right, or not the problem. If you have a proof that is true, then it doesn't really matter what anybody else says, right? You can entertain them, but you've got a proof. Now, what becomes very strange is when you try to tell somebody who's telling you you're wrong about the proof that you hold, and they cannot even engage in the conversation. Now, that tells me that there's something other than this sort of exchange going on, because they're literally repelling even considering the proof.
Well, right, if you think about it on a deep kind of level, right, it's probably deep rooted inside of our psychology and our programming, if you know what I mean. So it's probably something like deep down in like some kind of subconscious level that we don't really understand, if you know what I mean. It's like
in childhood.
I can't even put a word on it, but it's just this thing that's like maybe indoctrinated into us, or it's kind of inbuilt into us, into the human condition or something like that. But I don't really know, because I'm just sort of guessing on why it is that people have that kind of response to a certain truth, if you know what I mean, because I've experienced that, and I guarantee you every person who talks about this topic does, if you know what I mean, because it's kind of normal, if you know what I mean, to get that response of say just an average guy in the pub, if you know what I mean, like, you know, what the fuck are you talking about, lad? Flat safe, have you heard him, Jim? Walking, what the fuck's here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like that's like a typical kind of response. So again, once you've been involved in it for so long, you learn to take all that on the chin and just laugh it off, if you know what I mean. So what I've kind of learned over the years of how to talk to just normal people is you've got to try and get on their kind of level with them, as their level of understanding, you know what I mean. So just say you're talking to a guy in the pub and he's got a fucking Daily Mirror in his arse pocket and he's sitting there picking out his horses and all that. Like, you know, I don't want to stereotype that guy as that kind of guy, but like if he was into the kind of things that we're talking about, I don't think he'd be reading a newspaper, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I kind of, so that kind of guy, like, you know, if me and him ever get talking in the pub,
their own, though, right? Like that's
yeah,
what I found.
Of course,
we're in a particular like little niche part of what we're in. Like even the arena we're in, like we are in a little niche part of that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So like,
so if
there's very few people that can actually engage with this. So what we need really is a greater coverage to find more people, because the pot that we're dealing with, right, that we're after specific people that have got a specific ability to reach that place, right? Because unless you have the ability to reach that place where your eyes are opened and you're like a child again, learning.
Well,
if you can't get there, you're never going to get here.
Well, this is like kind of what I'm talking about, is like if you picture it like there's kind of levels, if you mean. So say when you first start waking up, you call that, say, level 1, and then by the time you get to like, say, flat earth, that'll probably be like, say, level 30 or something like that. But then it goes beyond that then, doesn't it? If you know what I mean. So we're sort of going beyond that now, if you know what I mean. So what I'm the point I'm trying to make it is that if you're speaking to just the normal guy on the street or the normal guy in the pub, right, you've got to try and get on their kind of level of understanding to see where that person's at first, if you know what I mean, before you just like blurt out the earth's flat, if you know what I mean, because like if it was me, I'd sort of try and break him down. So I'd say, oh, did you hear about the blah, blah in the paper, to see what his opinions are on stories in the papers? And then just say, if the guy said, oh, well, all that shit in the paper, it's all fucking garbage, then I might come back with something a bit more heavier then, and then start the conversation like that, if you know what I mean. Or if I'm talking to, say, a guy like yourself, who's like well researched and been in this for fucking years, if you know what I mean, then I can just come straight in and talk to you how I'm talking to you now.
Yeah, I'd
You know what
never
I mean?
say
Yeah.
that the Earth's flat though. I'd say that's the end of the conversation, really. If you ever
Yeah.
mention anything about that, or globe, right?
You'd
You
be-
will
you'd be
put
pretty
the.
im-
Go on, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Cheswick, you'll be pretty impressed about what people already know when you talk to them in the real world.
Oh, yeah. Well, like, you know, I kind of feel that like there's a huge like kind of awakening to this topic now, if you know what I mean, because say back when I first got into it, I think it was about 2016, something like that, and then I'd talk to people about it, everyone like, oh, fucking nuts, oh, shut the fuck up, you know what I mean? But now people are coming to me asking me things about it. So these are just people in my local kind of circles, if you know what I mean. So you can see it, if you know what I mean, happening. So, but also at the same time, you can see the concerted effort in place to crush it, if you know what I mean. Like, and they're just trying to push all the shit on that came from the TV and the mainstream onto YouTube and the internet now, and then they kick off the likes of us who, you know, talk about real kind of
Yeah,
shit, and everyone.
I wouldn't go around telling people the Earth is flat, because then you'll send them over to people like Nathan Oakley or Jaron. You know, all these crazy, irrational people that don't use any kind of logic or reasoning at all to solve problems.
Yeah, you put them into that arena, and then they're gonna get attacked by people like Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Even when they do a search or whatever, right? And that's all it takes. Sometimes all it might take is a tweet to the Ordnance Survey when you get tracked by all of these people. I mean, sometimes that's all it takes.
Well, that's how it works, isn't it? Like that, the kind of whole arena works like that. If you know what I mean. At the internet, it's controlled by the military. If you know what I mean? Because if you think of a resource as big and as powerful as that, like, there's no way that the military are not going to be in control of that. So that's how I see it. You know what I mean? So in these like kind of truth arenas now, you know what I mean? A lot of it is all controlled. Like, so back in the day, like when I used to do it, it's like, you know, it was just people like myself, just independent guys. There was no money, there was no fancy graphics, there was no fucking super chats, there was no big posh studios, any of that kind of shit. You know what I mean? It was just guys on the internet saying, "This is fucking bullshit."
How long have you been in it
Do you
for,
know what I
then?
mean? Oh, bloody hell, mate. Well, like I first woke up when I was about like 32, 33, something like that. I got arrested for possession of a joint, basically. Now I was with my mate. Now my mate got a caution, yeah, and I got arrested and took down to the police station, and then told that he was going to take me DNA. And I was like, "You fucking what?" I said, "DNA for a joint? You're having a laugh, right?" So the basically forced me to hold my arms out, right? Held my arms, and then took a sample of the hairs out of my head, right? And then said, "Right, okay, we've got that now. You're free to go." I was like, "Fuck you, I'm free to go." I said, "No chance." I said, "Put me back in the cell, right? I'm going up to fucking court in the morning to explain what the fuck's just happened." If you know what I mean, yeah. So they put me in one of those like police, the prison vans where you have to go to the cells and all that shit the next morning. And then, right, I didn't even get a chance to speak to the judge. He just said, "Oh, blah, blah, bullshit, out," if you know what I mean. So I was like, what the fuck's just happened to me there? the next day. Before this, right, I was honestly like, I would have believed in space, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, never really questioned anything, but at the same time, like, never got involved in like politics or any of that shit because you can see through them, if you know what I mean. So I wasn't like a complete idiot, but I was sort of part of the program. Yeah. And then came out of that and then just went home and typed in do the police have the right to take your DNA? And then I found out that this law had been passed. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then that started me on this journey of like common law then. So, and then start with common law and then get into like 9/11 and you know what I mean? Just go down that same process that everyone kind of goes through, if you know what I mean? And you learn about all that kind of shit then. So I'd say I was 33, so I'm 49 now, so it's what, 16 years ago? Something like that. But I think I started making content about 2008. So that was my kind of introduction to it, if you know what I mean. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? And for about 10 years, I couldn't make sense. I was like, why are these people getting killed? And why is fucking this happening? And I was trying to piece it all together in my head, if you know what I mean, and like work it out. And none of it was making sense. And then it was only when Flat Earth came along in 2016 that I was like, okay, I get it now. It's all fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? And then I just think, like, why didn't they just save all this time and just listen to George Carlin back in the day when he said, the one thing that you learn, folks, as you get older in this world is that you realise that it's all bullshit and it's bad for you. And it's just like that, to me now, just makes so much sense. It's like, he's fucking right, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're all just getting through life, though, right? That's the idea, is for you to get through it. And everybody does whatever they have to do in order to get through. I think that, it should be doing it nicely with each other rather than shitting on other people, right? There's got to be a way that we can at least just get it on.
Well, this is like my whole kind of perspective as an artist. Like, I try and view the world like that. Like, I don't care if that guy's like Ukrainian and Russian, and probably the Ukrainian guy and the Russian guy probably don't care either. They, like, if they were sort of outside of the bullshit, they'd probably be mates, if you know what I mean, or the Palestinian and the Israeli. If the powers that be weren't in place, those guys would probably be mates or business partners or something.
Yeah, it's all about division, right? Like, even
Catholics, Protestants, it's the same shit. If you know what I mean?
Even within this flat Earth thing, Nathan Oakley and QE, they're pointing at people like, not you get out of it. The other day when they had the religion, that great biblical debate with flat Earth and globe Earth cosmology within, it's like, what are you doing? How can you put division into a religion about a model? Like, that's where that shouldn't be happening. That's just ridiculous. I don't know what it's like they want to just split everything up, except the one thing that is the thing that's dogmatic is the globe. That's the new one big religion. Covers all. Yep. No matter what nation you are, no matter what language you speak, no matter what religion you are, you're on the globe.
Exactly, which is why I call it the biggest religion in the world, if you know what I mean, because it is, you know what I mean, it's bigger than Catholicism or whatever, you know what I mean, it's huge, isn't it? But we've got a problem now because people are starting to leave the religion, if you know what I mean, and saying, well, we're going to go away and not believe in that anymore, and they're saying, no, you must believe, and I'm saying, listen, right, I don't mind if you guys believe in it, right, all I ask is don't shout at me for leaving and do my own thing.
Yeah, what we found is...
But they're like, no, come back, you must come back.
We found this thing called logic, right? It's been there all the time. Some people say it was the first word, logos, right? Yeah. But this logic shows you how to see contradictions. And once you realize that there's no contradictions in reality, reality is contradiction free. Logic shows you how to find those contradictions. And then you look at the globe, the dogmatic globe, and you realize it is just contradictions. There's nothing that isn't a contradiction within it. So it's obvious the dogmatic globe, that doesn't exist.
Definitely. Which, like, just to bring you back to me, like, Amelia point, mate, which is why I try and keep it really simple so that the average person on the street can understand it. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the other stuff that I've said before, like, if it's beyond my level, then it's going to be beyond the guy in the pub, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which is why
I just try and, just keep it really, really simple.
Well, check this out, right? For a theory, right? I've been testing it out. If you hand somebody, because epohe is obviously that's the gift, right? You want to get people to epohe, but you can't accept epohe if you're holding dogma. So what you do is your first step is to tell people it's not flat, right? Straight off, boom, right? It's not, the earth is not flat. Look, there's a measurable elevation change. They'll agree with you, right? Because it is obviously not flat. Then you can tell them that the globe might not be spherical, right? There's a problem with the sphericalness because you can show a contradiction. But then, right, they automatically don't fall back to, you're a flat earther, right? Because you've already told them, you've convinced them that the earth's not flat.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there's kind of people who believe in God and all that stuff, but they don't like attach themselves to any kind of religion. So I'd kind of like see it like that. If you know what I mean, a person's got like an understanding of his world. If you know what I mean, that like, you know, he might understand that there is a creator, or it could have been created, but he doesn't necessarily buy into any of the, what you call it, the institutionalized religions, if you know what I mean. So, like, you know, I wouldn't class myself as a spiritual person or anything like that, but I do believe that there's some kind of creation, if you know what I mean, like to this place. Maybe it's all part of an experiment, like Truman Show or something like that. Like, I don't know, you know what I mean, but just to go back to my earlier points, the things I know, it's very few and far between. It's simple. It's things that every single person can understand. A child can understand it. Water doesn't bend, and you're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. After that, then you know, I'm sure there's a million and one proofs. As you say, Bev, it's just like, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to give you a couple of them at least, just so you could sort of go to them, and like they're pretty simple.
Well, ultimately, if it's simple and a child can understand them, then I'm really interested in that. A lot of the advanced stuff, it's just too over my head.
Well, we have this thing, right? It's called advanced simplicity, and
sounds good.
It might be right up your street.
Yeah, I think so, mate.
Yeah, I hope so, because you know that you're the sort of person that we're after. To, you know, just to be able to communicate. My journey of this time, right? Fight the Flat Earth brought me into it by calling me a child abuser. I came in search of Jesse Kozlowski, and they've all left. Everybody that I wanted to talk to, they've talked to me and then left. They've gone. They're not around anymore. So but we are trying to simplify it. My journey is to find the rhetoric to be able to communicate with people. Just simple people, everyday people.
Well, that's it. Like, you know, I describe myself as a people person. I like people, if you know what I mean. I like conversations. I don't care, like, you know, what your background is, as long as you're not a fucking child rapist or any of that kind of shit, you mean, or a scumbag. As long as you're all right, I don't care what your religion is, what your nationality is, what your beliefs are, you know what I mean?
It doesn't cost anything for the conversation, does it?
That's it, you know what I mean? Which is why, like, you know, I can talk to people, like, who believe in the globe and that kind of stuff. But what I don't want to do is start attacking them, saying, you're fucking stupid because you believe in this, or for them to start attacking me for saying I'm stupid, if you mean, because at the end of the day, we're both trying to work out this place that we've been born into, if you know what I mean. And one day we're all going to depart, if you know what I mean. So, like, we've all got that to contend with, regardless of who you are, fucking what your position is or whatever. Everyone's going to depart at some point, if you know what I mean. Now, maybe that's where we find out, or maybe it all turns out to be a big joke. You know what I mean? Joke's on you. You fell for it. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. You know what I mean? But it's fascinating as hell trying to work it all out. That's how I see it. But I've sort of conceded as well at the same time that I'm never going to work it out.
Yeah, there are some things that you can know that you can't know, right? As long as you know that you know, like, you're never going to know everything. You can't know everything because there are some things that you just literally cannot know. Yeah, and it's okay with that. It's just being okay with that. But it's when other people, right, come along and say, well, I know. And it's like, I know that you can't know. And it's like, well, I do. Oh. It's like, well, yeah, I don't need to talk to you, right? That's the journey, is to be able to know who it's worth talking to and when to cut off that communication. Because some people, they'll talk shit for days.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was talking before, mate, about the guy in the pub. If you know what I mean, like, if you can gauge what level that guy's at, then you know what kind of conversation to have with that guy. So if the guy's just like a normal guy, then you just chat about the football or the weather or whatever, you know what I mean? And then, okay, mate, see you later. And then you might speak to like another guy and he's like, you know, more into like certain kind of things. So you can talk with that guy about this, you know what I mean? And like, you know, speak to people. And if I speak to people and I don't understand what the person talks about, then what I do is I don't speak, I listen. Do you know what I mean? So sometimes it's good not to speak, but to listen. And I think a lot of people in this arena forget that. It's like, you know, sometimes you've got to shut the fuck up and listen.
Yeah, well, around here, people will come around and, you know, it'll be a few months before they'll talk. And I mean, that's fine. Some people just need to get their foot in to be able to talk. So a lot of people don't even want to talk when it's live, right? They'll just, because whenever you do, there's an element of the people that are around here that will, they'll target you. You know, just if you speak up or anything, that, you know, you become an entity within this arena. Your name will be marked and you'll be, you know, whenever you post anything, anywhere.
I guarantee you I'm fucking marked anyway, just by, you can kind of tell by the fucking, like, the responses that you get and that kind of stuff. And when you post, like, you know, I've only ever really been on Facebook and YouTube, and I used to get, like, you know, huge kind of numbers on there, and then that's like dwindled down to like 1 like, 2 likes, usually off the same people as well. If you know what I mean. So you kind of know what's going on in the game that's being played. But as I said before, you learn to accept that, move on. Like, you know, if that's people's game, then they've got that to contend with at the end. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think that Nathan Oakley was talking about, like, the old school, and it sort of works in 10-year cycles. And listening to how long you've been in it, like, you're pretty much there when Flat Earth Math, when Nathan Oakley was talking about who was here at the beginning, like, you might have been around then.
Right, well, I kind of came into this, right, slagging off 2 sides, you know what I mean? I came into this, like, first of all, slagging off the globe. Yeah. And then, like, I was sort of slagging off, like, these other groups as well. Or they weren't really groups, they were just people who kind of met online, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. And then I was saying, oh, why are you making money out of this? And then it was only, like, 2 years after or something like that where I realised, no, I shouldn't be doing that. You know what I mean? That's not what it's about. And, like, you know, I sort of apologised to those people and said, look, guys, I was fucking out of order there, you know what I mean? In fact, I think I probably deserved a slap, if you know what I mean? Because, like, you know, to start saying, oh, he's a shill, she's a shill, he's a shill, he's a shill. It's bullshit in it because I've got no proof of it. Yeah. So I was talking bullshit there. So I said, look, hold my hands up. I'm sorry. I was talking shit. You know what I mean? And now I can hopefully move on from that, learn from my mistakes, because like, you know, this is a journey that we're all on, and it's all about learning. If you know what I mean? So you've kind of got to be prepared to learn, and you know, and admit when you're wrong as well. There's no shame in being wrong. If you know what I mean? It's like it's perfectly acceptable to say, oh, guys, look, fucking hell, I was talking shit there. In fact, right, thank you for proving me wrong. If you know what I mean? That's the kind of person like that I'd shake the hand of and say, fucking hell, mate, well, thanks, you know what I mean? Because for 10 years, I've just believed this.
Yeah,
so
you want to be tested.
Yeah. So, like, you know, which is kind of why I don't want to slag off all these people who are doing their own thing in their own way, because it's their thing. So Nathan does his thing, you do your thing, Del does his thing, I do my thing, you know, everybody does their own thing, and we all fucking bitch, and you know, I'm just as guilty of it as bleeding anyone, if you know what I mean. But I'm saying it's we don't need to do that. We just need to simplify it all and just bring it all down to the simple, basic things that everyone can understand. So if someone doesn't understand something, then it's right. Okay, well, look, right, you've got to understand this because look, I'm showing it to you. Okay, so if you're saying what I'm showing you is wrong, then you're going to have to show me. Don't explain it. I don't want the explanation. Show me it. And you know, you quickly find out that they can't, and then that's where, like, we just end up going around in circles then, you know what I mean? Oh, okay, but what about this? What about that? No, forget that. Show me fucking bendy oceans. You know, let's just bring it back to that.
Yeah, that's
you know,
a bad way.
Everyone can
never
understand.
Be able to do that. You're asking them to give you something they can't. So what you're after is this. You find the proof that you have, and you'll never need to ask them again.
Yeah, but check this, right? Everybody, every man, woman, and child on Earth can understand that the sensors are telling them that they're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So that's a good place to start. You know what I mean? It's like, look, do you 100% hand on your heart, would you swear on the lives of those that you hold dearest that you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? Ask them that question, right? And watch most people back out of it. I guarantee you, because your senses are telling you that you're not. So if you swear on the lives that you...
the model, though, I think. Like, although that they can have a negative response to it, you're giving them a negative to something that they have to imagine. And I'm not too sure whether that's the best way.
Right, no, because your senses are telling you that you're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? So if they're being led to believe that they are, right, then you're saying, okay, look, are you 100% hand on heart sure that you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? And then ask them that question, would you swear on the lives that you hold dearest that you're spinning? And, you know, if you're an honest person, you've got to say, well, no, I can't. You know what I mean? And then you say, all right, okay, then, well, if I can't do that, but I can guarantee you, right, like, you know, I'd swear on my life that if I put me hand in water, it's going to be wet, or if I put me hand in fucking fire, it's going to be hot, you know, or if I jump off a cliff, I'm going to fucking get crushed. So there's certain things, if you know what I mean, Bev, that you can sort of...
Logic is the one that all you need, really. To be able to place those words in the correct order to, you know, follow the process. I think that covers all of these things. As long as you can comport your mind and reality to those logical statements, the better you become at placing those statements, the more sure of yourself you will be.
Well, like, you know, as I say, like, I know bugger all. Do you know what I mean? But
well, you'll be surprised. You will know more than you think you know.
Yeah, but will. I think, right, but the stuff I know is what, like, everybody else knows. You know what I mean? It's not unlike any, like, hidden kind of knowledge. It's basically just common sense. Water is level. Fire is hot. Water's wet. You know, if you jump off a cliff, you're gonna die. Do you know what I mean? It's there. That's the world to me. There's this kind of like veil that's being pulled over it all. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's not simple. It's very complex. And I'm like, well, yeah, you know, you can make it complex if you want. You know what I mean? And the world is a really complex place. But I'm saying at its fundamental thing, it's very simple. You know what I mean? There's land, there's sky, there's oxygen. You breathe it. You eat food to live. You're born and you die.
The more you can
and then
simplify
things
it,
happen.
the easier it gets.
Yeah. So that's my point and my stance in this whole thing, which is why Bev writes, like, you know, I think I've been on about like 3 live chats in the whole of the time in this arena. I've spoke to you, I've spoke to Del, and I spoke to Craig, and I think that's about it. You know what I mean?
Well,
so I don't really speak
You're
much
going
about
to get
it.
to
You know what I
Jaren,
mean?
right? Are you? Do you
Well,
expect to be? I think you should, right? Get a chat with Jaren, like whether it be on the live stream or not, but at least Jaren. You know, Jaren's been here, so you know Jaren does do visits, so you should be able to get a conversation with him at least. I think he deserves that.
I'm just look right. My point to Jaren is that I'm pissed off that he. Well, for starters, he's given Craig a fucking platform to make money, and he's supposed to be a guy of truth. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, like, you know, I kind of understand that he's got to have people on to debate and discuss and all that. Yeah, I get that, but like, you know, just be careful with the things that you're allowing your guests to say. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
everybody
you know,
should
like,
know that Fight the Flat
I'm not
Earth
saying
calls people child abusers that say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
He's kind of known. He's kind of known as like a notorious kind of liar. You know what I mean? Now, like, you know, I might be fucking a lot of things, but I'm not a bullshitter. You know what I mean? Especially over this kind of shit. I've got no reason to bullshit over the shape of the earth. You know, I might be wrong, but I'm not bullshitting. You know what I mean? Whereas Craig, he's fucking bullshitting. If you know what I mean? He's just like, it's blatant. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
use shitty
like,
tactics as well. Like that's the
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
And I think I've got a
dirty
couple of
tactics.
clips where Fight the Flat Earth seems to be working with Jaren.
Well, I don't know. Like, I might just be talking like out of my arse there. You know what I mean? But I was a bit pissed off. But I was basically just pissed off that Jaren didn't at least say, "Well, yeah, okay, don't be saying that about people." Who
I
aren't
know,
here to
yeah, that's
defend
what
themselves.
I'm
Know what I mean?
pissed off about
So
that as well. Because who knows how many other people Fight the Flat Earth has done that with, right? You only
Well, he does it
noticed
all the
because
time,
you
doesn't
heard
he?
your name, right? But what about all of the
Yeah.
other people? So Jaren should literally, like, you should get like a slap, a warning. You shouldn't be doing it. You shouldn't be allowed to do that sort of stuff. Jaren's giving him a
it's not allowed,
platform to slander other people.
Yeah.
That's not right.
But this is kind of what it is, if you know what I mean. So this is like the what we call the arena, you know what I mean. So
I
this
know,
is why
yeah.
I prefer to sort of stay on the outside of it and just sort of observe what's going on, and then write me little stupid songs and shit to get a few kind of laughs. Because, like, you know, I like to try and bring like humor and laughter into it and common sense and like just basic. You know what I mean? My shit is
but
basic.
When, like,
that's all it is.
That's okay, right? But like when you've been attacked now, right? You've got to do. You can't just chop it off. I've been doing that for years, but that was hopefully to show people what happens within this arena. I'm changing, and I'm not having it anymore. Nathan Oakley's still thinking he can call us and start like demonetize. Don't watch Bev. And that's only because they don't want people watching, because we can prove all of his fucking arguments are fallacious. He's leading flat earthers like into stupidity, I think. Like, if you wanted to shut down flat earth for misinformation, what you do is you get someone like Nathan Oakley to tell everybody to just say that the earth's measured flat, because it's obviously not. It's measured not flat. I mean, for fuck's sake, how stupid do you want people to fucking sound? Like, there's no better way now to go around telling people you're a flat earther by telling them it's measured flat.
Yeah,
it's fucking ridiculous.
Would you say that like level is a better explanation for when you talk to people?
I'd say it's just measured, not flat. You know, like, just go with reality. Like, level it.
Yeah.
If you really want to do their heads in, and tell them you can prove that level's a straight line on a horizontal plane, because nobody's going to disagree with you. In reality, the only people that'll disagree with you are these weirdos in these little fucking rooms in here.
Yeah.
Like, fuck them off. It's about time they just, you know, they're out of the conversation. All they bring is, no, you're wrong, and nuh-uh.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, all they do is just keep us going round in circles. You know what I mean? And, like, you know, me personally, I don't want to go round in circles, but I feel as if I've hit a brick wall now. So if you picture, like, we've been born, we've all come so far on this journey. Now, I personally feel that I'm standing at the wall with a lot of other people, and we're saying, look, we're trying to get past this wall, but there's people trying to stop us from getting past this wall, if you know what I mean. Now I believe the wall is the presence of the military. You know what I mean? Is like, you know, hold these guys back. You know what I mean? These guys.
I don't think so. I think it's something that everybody's been taught to build. Got to be them. Well, if you want to take it like that, you're talking about Pink Floyd's wall, right? The one that you've built up.
Yeah. Well, now that is probably ingrained into me somewhere in my subconsciousness, because, like, you know, Pink Floyd are one of my favorite bands. So yeah, so you could be right there. I kind of see it like that, if you know what I mean. It's the system of control, if you know what I mean, that we're all battling against, because, like, you know, as human beings, like, by nature, we're not meant to be controlled. We're meant to be free and explore this place, if you know what I mean, and be amazed at it, at what it is. But the system doesn't want us to do that. The system wants us to, you know, get back in your fucking job and do this and do that and follow disorder, you know what I mean? And, you know, most of the people that I speak to are all musicians and artists and all that kind of shit, and none of us are like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you should come around. We have quite a few musicians around here.
Yeah, like, but all just like chilled out guys, you know what I mean? Just like smoke pot, have a few beers, talk a bit of shit. That's it. Do you know what I mean? That's what we do. So, like for someone like myself to get,
that's kind of like what we do in here, except we just stick to reality. You know what I mean? Once you just stick to the reality.
Except Mr. Cheswick's just down the fucking road, mate.
Yeah.
Could literally. Yeah, I come down that way every other week.
It makes, like, it'd be good to me for the pint or something like that, man. You know, like anytime, like. But it's just my perspective. Now, I'm not even saying that what I'm saying is right. I'm totally open to being, like, completely wrong as well, if you know what I mean. But I'm saying, look, like, I don't know what it is, but I'm saying I don't believe what I'm being told it is. Right now, what pisses me off is that there's this huge concerted effort. No, you must believe it. You must believe it. You're crazy if you don't believe it. I'm going, well, okay, it doesn't sound. I'm crazy. Oh, give a shit.
It only happens in this arena, though, doesn't it? You know, like these people. You know, step outside of this arena. Nobody tells you any of that.
Well, I think, like, you know, they call, like, you know, alternative or critical thinking conspiracy theory. So I think generally conspiracy theorists or conspiracy guys, I've always been seen as crazy, but maybe they're not. They're just independent thinkers or alternative thinkers or realists, or, do you know what I mean? Like, that's like most of the conspiracy or sorry, the so-called conspiracy theorists I've met, some of the fucking best people I've ever met in my life, and they know so much stuff, you know what I mean? And they can tell you loads, and you can learn loads off them. You know what I mean? So, like, I like speaking to people about these kind of topics, but as I say, a lot of it I don't understand. But when I don't understand, I sit there and I listen and I try and learn, and sometimes I don't. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh shit, I'm still not getting it. You know what I mean? Like, is it me? Am I fucking stupid? Do you know what I mean? Well, so I just try and keep it like that, simple and as long as we can all understand what it is that we're talking about, then it's fine to have a conversation. But as I say, with Dell's thing and Nathan's thing and certain other people, like a lot of it is advanced mathematics. And like, you know, I'm not saying that what Dell's talking about is advanced, because he's giving you like a simple demonstration, but I still don't accept that the Earth's rising up off the demonstration. I'm struggling with that. You know what I mean?
Hopefully, if we come and have a chat sometime, I might be able to help you out with that one too. Logic is the key. Why do you think
what Dell's saying is true? Yeah, about
I think there's a contradiction in what Dell's saying, and that's probably why you're having a problem with it. It takes you a little bit of a while to find the problem, but the contradiction is that you can't be static and moving at the same time, because that's a contradiction, and that's what most people have the problem with.
Yeah, like I just find it hard. Like, see, I don't find it hard to understand what he's saying. I can get what he's saying, but in my head, I'm saying, but how is the Earth moving up? I can see that it's fallen and it stops. Yeah, okay, right, I get that. That's like demonstrable. You know what I mean? So yeah, right, okay, but in my head, how does that relate to the Earth moving up? Because if you think about it, right, you could drop that same bottle and you could say, oh, right, okay, that's the force of gravity. And I go, oh, okay, sound, I understand gravity, but I don't, you know what I mean? So I don't try to claim that I do. So, like, my point is that I don't understand how the Earth is moving up from the demonstration. Now, I know Dell tried to explain it like 100 times, and he said, look, it's really simple, and I'm still not fucking getting it. Do you know what I mean?
Remember epoche, right?
Yeah.
Right. In remembering that, just give us a quick glimpse over what's pressure.
My interpretation of it.
Yeah, go on.
Right, well, I'd say to create pressure in the first place, you've got to have some form of containment.
What is pressure?
What is pressure? I'd probably say it's two forces acting against each other.
It's a combination of three.
Two opposing forces.
There's really you've got pressure, volume, and temperature, and they're all together. But what is pressure? Because you can tell what volume is, and you can tell what temperature is, but what's pressure?
Pressure? I don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I say remember epoche, right? Because pressure is just a word. Like, you don't even have any comprehension to what it actually is. You've just been told that you know, like if you say it needs a container.
Come on, Bev. We only talk about these things right before somebody's supposed to go to bed. Come on.
Could be here all night.
Yeah. But I mean, like,
sorry.
If you know that you don't really know what it is, and you need to put a little bit more thought into it to comprehend what it is, then you can leave all of those things behind, because they don't really mean anything, because you don't know what pressure is. There's no actual... There's nothing tangible to it.
Well, see, I can kind of understand that we live in a pressurized environment. Now, you can tell that by, say, when we go on a plane and that kind of stuff, or you climb a mountain, you're struggling to breathe. So the air pressure's getting... So, to my best understanding of the world, there must be some form of containment that we're living in, if you know what I mean. Which
Could
is why
you
I
not
don't
just
believe in all
say
the space.
there's less breathable air?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Wouldn't that just explain it just as well?
Yeah,
as you go up.
But then my question would be, okay, so the Earth's getting thinner and thinner and thinner as it goes up. Where does it stop? If you know what I mean?
Don't know.
Well, that's kind of why I come to the conclusion of it must be contained. If you know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm not saying it's 100% true, but that's just my best conclusion. Is that we must live in some kind of pressurized environment, whether it's a dome, a square, triangle. I've got a fucking clue. You know what I mean? Never going to find out, in my opinion. But which is why I kind of say I feel as if I've hit that brick wall now where I'm not learning anymore. I'm kind of stuck because I've got these questions that I can't get answered.
Yeah, well, you've come to the right place because, woo,
that's
can
good.
we fucking open up these new... Have you ever heard of cavitation?
No, I don't think so.
What about 33? You heard 33? Do you want to...
33 as in the
number?
Freemasons and all that kind of stuff, you mean?
No, well, like a vertical height of 33 feet.
No.
I don't know, it'll fucking blow your mind. Yeah, come back at some other time, man. I don't want to do it here now. It's because it's not.
Is that something to do with the is that something to do with the square and compass, is it, of the Freemasons?
No.
83? Or
no, it's like this'll fucking blow your mind.
All right, okay, man, yeah.
Most of the people know in here. Yeah, but it's not for a live broadcast.
Yeah. Cool, man.
What time is it? It's past. Been a cool night. Thanks for coming. Don't go anywhere. You don't have to go anywhere. I'm just gonna end the live stream.
Yeah. Okay, mate.
Thanks, people. If you want, you know where we are. Discord. Get in.
I'll just make a quick cup of tea, mate. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okie dokie. Come on into the Discord. You know, Mr. Cheswick in the house. Any Buster? Who have we got? Anyone wanna? Oh, I'll get who are we gonna have? Wisdom. Not had that for a while. No, let's not do that. We need to redo it, don't we? Sea level. Okie dokie. Thanks very much. We'll probably be back Wednesday. And I think we'll be reviewing possibly a video, but I mean, who knows what's going on at the minute? Things are moving fast. Let's see if we can get this thing with Jaren going on, because there's something going wrong with Fight the Flat Earth being allowed to do that. It's not on. Thanks for watching, and see you Wednesday. Assumption number one: a vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Makes the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. Can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump. In space, Bev, yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No. We know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proof, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
You're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no hump.
It's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, they would meet that description.
No, Deb, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. You're just on your own. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then.